Good evening, everyone. Chief Meteorologist James Zahari here. Glad you can join us here on the 8+ app, where we're going to give you extensive coverage on the potential for seeing some severe weather going into the evening hours. We're going to go from now all the way to 10 o'clock come this evening, but if we are still seeing a threat of severe weather across our viewing area, then we'll extend it just a wee bit more. But that's kind of what we're looking at, and this is commercial-free, non-stop coverage of this event that we see off to our south and west. Of course, senior meteorologist on Good Morning Quad Cities, Andrew Stuskey, is with us. He is at the weather desk, and he'll be certainly controlling some of the graphics that we'll be showing you as far as what we're seeing on the radar, what we're seeing aloft as well, and how we can come up to a nice, good, accurate decision as to what we're anticipating as we make our way into the evening hours. So we're going to be talking about a lot of stuff when it comes to the amount of moisture that's in the air, that's at the surface. We're going to talk about the structure of these storms, what we've seen so far, and more importantly, some of the other places that you can get that weather information, that coverage, as we go through the evening hours. So that's kind of what we'll be working at right now. Let's go and take a look at the latest on the live radar, and what we're seeing has been most of the activity off to our south and west throughout much of the Hawkeye State and trailing its way southward across Missouri. This is where we've been seeing plenty of watches going on and even some warnings. Still noticing a severe thunderstorm watch for the central sections of Iowa, where we're noticing more of a tornado watch in parts of northeastern Missouri. Now, around here, we're not noticing any watches as of yet. That's good, but that's no surprise to us. That could be changing maybe in the next hour or two when it comes to our local area. As you can see, everything is looking pretty quiet. We have been noticing a nice increase in clouds around the area, but all the activity has been primarily off to the west, where these individual storms have been moving quickly from south to north. Plenty of lightning that we see, plenty of warnings that are still going on. Some of these warnings that we've been going on, these storms have been moving around 50 to 70 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail we've been noticing, and some of the winds coming down from these storms have been averaging close to 60 to even around 70 miles an hour or so. But as far as the line itself, it is slowly advancing its way from west to east. And we're going to have a good timing on all this, kind of what we've been reiterating to you since last night as far as these storms are concerned, okay? So the question is going to be certainly is the intensity of these storms as they make their way from southwest to around northeast. Let's go with Andrew Stuskey, meteorologist Andrew Stuskey, over at the weather's desk. Like I said, he'll be controlling some of the graphics, some of the information that's going to be coming from the National Weather Service. We also have Peter Warner, our weather anchor, that is also going to be monitoring some of the reports that are going to be coming in from that line of storms. We're also going to be, by the way, going to our eyes out there. Maddie Franz will also be out there over in Burlington. She'll be giving us the information on some of the storms that may be coming her way through the possibly around maybe 7 or 8 o'clock come this evening. Okay, let's go to Andrew. And Andrew, I know we appreciate you coming in for this evening. I know it's been a very long day for you, but this has been a time where we were been talking about for really a number of days around here.
That's right. Yeah, we first put out the weather impact alert on Sunday, so several days in advance there was a clear signal that something was going to go down today, and that is indeed the case, as this line of thunderstorms is just now starting to come together. And, you know, it doesn't look impressive on the radar, and we kind of talked a little bit about that during our live streams this morning, that it's not about all the oranges and the reds and the purples on the radar, but it's the dynamics that this storm system is going to be working through, where you could have something that looks like this, and it has a severe thunderstorm warning attached to it because we're bringing such strong winds down to the ground level here. So again, you can't just go by the radar appearance in terms of the colors. We're going to be watching very closely how the upper level winds interact with all of these showers and these lines of thunderstorms that are going to be coming through as we get into this evening. Not much has changed in terms of the threat level. This has stayed relatively the same since early this morning, where you have that 4 out of 5 risk that got moved just a little bit further to the north of Interstate 80 on both sides of the river. Still, the expectation is that we are going to be seeing those really strong wind gusts, perhaps a couple of isolated tornadoes, and then that little bit of a better risk for a possible isolated stronger tornado as you go south of the Quad Cities. And that is really going to be dependent on how much moisture we get across the region. If we can nudge up dew points a little bit more in the next few hours before the storms arrive, then that could be problematic. But right now it appears that threat continues to be well south of us. But yeah, if you look at this, this is the difference from yesterday. If you look at the range of the wind gusts, 60 to 100 miles per hour, and that's not just coming from us hyping up an event. That is coming right from the Storm Prediction Center, the experts in severe weather forecasting. Those are the folks that are telling us that potential is there. And yeah, looking at the dynamics, that is certainly going to be a possibility. We've been showing you this for a few days. If you look at the upper level winds as the storms come in, you notice, yes, double-digit wind speeds still. We go well into the atmosphere here, 18,000 feet up, winds at 106 miles per hour. Now, that's not going to come to the ground like that, but it gives you an idea of the strength and the magnitude of those winds that could potentially come through here. So timing still remains the same. That remains unchanged. Again, we're kind of in wait-and-see mode. And that's what's neat about the 8+ app on your smart TV, is you're kind of getting behind-the-scenes in-depth analysis before we would need to break out on the air when the storms actually arrive. So we're giving you an early heads up that we're still tracking those storms coming in. Yeah, I believe we have a live look from Joe Habersham.
Yeah, he's over in Davenport at the National Weather Service. He got a chance to see one of the meteorologists out there send out a sounding of the structure of the atmosphere. So let's go to Joe right now and then get the latest from him. Hey, Joe.
Hey James, what's going on? The National Weather Service team is hunkering down for the night. They released their third and final weather balloon roughly about 30 minutes ago, and that's actually something we captured live on our 6 o'clock newscast. So the weather team typically launch 2 balloons into the sky, one in the morning and the other in the evening. But with severe weather expected tonight, a third one was released around 3:30. These balloons are used to collect data in the atmosphere. They're gathering temperatures as the balloon rises. They're looking at wind speeds, wind direction, air pressure, as well as humidity.
What we'd like to do is to see what's going on in the atmosphere out ahead of the storms, and that'll help us kind of predict what kind of storms we're kind of looking at. If we're looking at damaging winds, tornadoes, hail, big hailstorms, things of that nature.
And with the last balloon being up 30 minutes ago, there's a chance that it could go up for the next hour and a half. It'll continue to collect data as it rises and goes through the atmosphere. Now, we ourselves won't be here. We'll continue to be on the move tonight as we monitor and track the storms here. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in the weather studio.
Oh, thank you so much. And always remember, folks, there's only so much that we can see on the radar. So to have those eyes out there is going to be such a plus. And we're going to be back with Joe and throughout our coverage. We're also going to be going to Maddie Franz, who's also in Burlington. She'll likely be impacted first before any of us be impacted later on. So once again, here are the watches that we see. The red box that you see here, that's representing a tornado watch. That goes until about 11 p.m. And then the yellow box that we see, there are boxes, I guess you can say, in parts of Iowa, at least a good chunk of Iowa. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes on late as well, mainly until about 10 p.m. However, most of those storms now are kind of making their way just north of Interstate 80, so there could be a bit of a change in those areas. But for us right now, all is quiet, and that is really no surprise, but we could very likely, from the Storm Prediction Center, actually get a watch that may be popping up for the immediate Quad Cities. And, Andrew, I would think that right now, given the information that we're seeing, we could be talking more of a severe thunderstorm watch, which really the main concern could be those damaging wind gusts. We've been talking about it for the past number of days, and I think that may be the biggest threat compared to maybe any tornadoes that may pop up. But we'll see, because we had that sounding that went up and those winds aloft. That's going to play a big role as far as the downdraft that we could potentially see.
Yeah, exactly. I would agree with that, and thinking that we're probably more likely leaning for a severe thunderstorm watch at some point, probably as we get closer to the 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30 time frame, as these storms kind of get their act together to the west of us. The tornado threat, again, very dependent on the amount of moisture. And I'm really curious in terms of where the dew points are standing. So I'm going to try and pull that up really quickly here on the fly. Give me a second, because again, we need those dew points to be in the lower to actually really more in the mid 50s. And this is kind of the problem we have, in that we have a little bit of this dry air that looks like it's kind of coming ahead of what's coming in from the southwest. So our dew points right now here at 641, we really don't have too many of you that are in the 50s right now. We wanted that dew point number to be closer to 55 to kind of up that tornado threat a little bit more. Not that we wanted that to be there, but that's where you would need that dew point number to get in order to maximize that. So the fact that we're not seeing that right now is a bit of good news, and that we're not seeing that high of a moisture content here, but that certainly isn't going to diminish the wind threat that we think is still going to come through here with those storms. Because today has been, just a wind-driven event in totality. We could have been cloudy all day, and these storms coming in tonight isn't going to weaken them. It's the fact that we have these strong winds aloft that will drive them. So really the instability factor is not the most important thing we've been tracking today. It's been the wind shear factor, that change of wind direction and speed with height, which we definitely have. So it's kind of like that wait and see right now. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center is going to do, when they'll issue that severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch. Right now, we're not being highlighted for that by the Storm Prediction Center, but that could certainly change really quickly as these storms to the southwest organize a little more and get closer.
Yeah, I think let's be a little bit more specific too, because we've been talking about the dew point, and certainly that plays a big role when it comes to the level of instability, and also too about when it comes to tornadoes. But I think we're talking about the higher the dew points, the better more of a surface base type of thunderstorm we could be seeing. So the lower the base cloud of that thunderstorm, the better chance you could actually have a brief spin up. So that's kind of what we're talking about here when it comes to the connection with the dew point and what we could be eventually seeing with the shearing that may be going on. So that's why we're really concerned about that. But Andrew brings up a really, really good point here, is that we could be cloudy throughout the whole day, but like even now, we're dealing with clouds, but this is dynamically driven, okay? And that's why we're emphasizing so much of what those winds aloft are going to do, because the level of that downdraft is going to be determining how much of those strong winds aloft are going to carry down to the ground. Okay, and as Andrew just showed us, we've been talking about wind gusts aloft around over 80, 90 miles an hour. I believe there was even one time you had it over 100 miles an hour, or it was pretty surprising to see. So those are the winds that really are concerned about with that line of storms off to our south and west. Now, here is our future track, and we've been giving you the arrival time of these storms ever since yesterday, and it still looks pretty good, okay? So 7 p.m. this evening, you can see just outside of Mount Pleasant and Burlington is when those storms should be arriving, okay? And that's where Matty Franz is, over in Burlington. Now, this is around 8 p.m., still all quiet in the Quad Cities, Galesburg, and points eastward, but on the outskirts of Muscatine, making its way just west of Monmouth, I would say, even around Joy, just near Aledo in Mercer County. That's where we'll be seeing that line eventually creep its way off to the east. Now, one thing to keep in mind too, and Andrew and Peter brought this up during our last coverage on the 8+ app, and that is we're concerned about the bending that we see here. There's a bend here, there's a little bend there, and maybe between those bends where we see the most extreme winds coming down from the storm, we can't rule out any little couplets that may develop as well. Couplets are little brief spin up of tornadoes that could take place. They happen very quickly. They develop very quickly, but they end very quickly as well. So that is something we'll be keeping an eye on as we get to about the mid-evening hours. By mid-evening, 9 p.m., definitely making its way around the immediate Quad Cities, down in toward Galesburg, and then continuing its eastward progress, going into on the Illinois side from parts of Savannah, going into Fulton, Sterling Rock Falls, and eventually getting to a Princeton, if the timing is just right, at about 10 p.m. or so. And then after that, things begin to quiet down nicely, at least when it comes to our skies, but the winds are still going to be quite gusty, maybe between 20 to 40 miles an hour or so, which is going to linger on heading into tomorrow morning. And here, Andrew, of course, you can take it from here as far as the storm arrival. And these numbers have been looking pretty good, really, ever since last night.
Yeah, we really honed down the timing as we got to yesterday, and that timing continues to look really consistent in that areas. Yes, west, of course, are going to get that first. So that's why we've been strategic about where we're placing our reporters for this event. We wanted to go southwest first because it's those of you southwest of the Quad Cities that are going to see this first. So if we can get that firsthand account from Maddie, who's in and situated in Burlington, to tell us what these storms are doing there, we can better prepare folks that are northeast of that, including here in the immediate Quad Cities metro, to tell us what we can expect. So it's all about getting that ground truth to see what is going on with the storms. Radar can tell us a lot, but somebody on the ground being an actual witness is a much, much better source of information to come through. So there's the timing again, west of us from 7 to 8 there. You see Muscatine included in that. Then we still think the metro is 8 to 10. And then after that, you get east of the Mississippi River into the Sauk Valley, into Princeton, along Interstate 80 there on the Illinois side. You're talking after 10, 11 o'clock. So the only thing we don't like about the timing is that it's coming in at night. We aren't able to see too much in terms if we do, like James said, get one of those little hooks or one of those little couplets on the radar. It's not going to be one of those evenings where you're going to want to go outside and try to see something because these storms are moving so quickly on the order of 50 to 60. In some cases, they may go up to 70 miles an hour. That doesn't give you much time to react. You'll notice, including one of my experienced storm chasing friends said, nope, I'm not doing it. Storms are too fast tonight, and I'm not going to risk that. So you're going to notice that a lot of other storm chasers are probably saying the same thing. You notice we don't have the beast out this evening. It will be after dark. We want to keep our team safe. So that's why we're establishing a reporter that is at a safe location that can take shelter to give us that real live view as the storms come in. So quite a dynamic system. Things are going to be rushing through.
Yes.
So you want to make sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, very much so. Now, what's interesting when it comes to talking about the beast, Maddie Franz actually took the beast down.
Oh, did she?
Yes.
Good for her.
But the thing is, you're absolutely right. We told her, and this is very true. That's kind of our policy here is we don't do any type of chasing at night. It's just way too dangerous. However, they're going to hunker down, and when those winds start picking up, they're going to be in a nice, safe place. When those storms actually eventually do make their way through. And once again, we're kind of looking around maybe 7 or 8 o'clock right around the Burlington area. So that's kind of the thing. And yes, I even got a chance to talk to some of our local chasers out there as well. Corey Marshall, Ethan Schisler. Ethan will chase no matter what, but he's a little concerned about doing some chasing as well. We may hear from him sometime later on this evening to see if he maybe changed his mind or something like that.
We'll see.
Another thing, Andrew, and I think this is something you point out on the 8 Plus app earlier on, when it comes to the winds. We're worried about damage, we're worried about power outages and such, but it's the time of the year that we're dealing with here. I mean, this is extremely rare that we're dealing with maybe these conditions that are going on across our area, but we don't have a lot of leaves.
That's right. Yeah, the trees haven't fully leafed out yet.
Right.
That is one small spot of good news that we've been saying about this whole event, because if those trees had fully leafed out by now, that's more area, more surface area for that wind to grab onto, and I think you would be talking about more of a widespread, devastating power outage situation, similar to like what we had with the August derecho. Now, this is likely not going to be a derecho. It's going to be moving very, very quickly. It's not going to be lasting 30 or 45 minutes, 15 minutes at most at one location, but the fact that we haven't leafed out yet really kind of helps protect our power grid. Unfortunately, it doesn't protect the birds. I think you guys may have touched on that maybe on the evening newscasts about the eagle's nests and the bird's nest and what to do if you find that kind of stuff. So they're a little more vulnerable being up that high, but we think our trees are a little bit safer, the fact that they haven't leafed out yet.
That's good, because I got a whole line of trees on the west end of my yard, so I'm hoping that everything goes just as fine and that the intensity is not going to be too bad. But, we don't control what's going on out there, folks, but given what we're seeing on paper, we're really concerned about those wind gusts that may be taking place with that line that we see off to our south and west. Let's actually get to that radar. And yeah, already we're seeing some more additional warnings that are popping up just west of Iowa City. These storms, individual storms, are actually racing from south to north. The main line is still moving very slowly from west to east. And you can see that the threat with this warning that we see just west of Iowa City may have wind speeds as high as 70 miles an hour and the possibility of maybe seeing some small hail. But really the main threat we're dealing with here are these winds that are coming down from the storm. And what we're concerned about is these winds could get maybe a little bit stronger just because of not just, you have to kind of do a little math here. We're talking about the winds coming down from the storm, but you have to add the wind, the movement of the storm itself. So you kind of do the math, and that's where we come up with these wind gusts that could be well over 70 miles an hour or so. But once again, these individual storms are pushing from south to north, but the main line is slowly making its way from west to east. And we're pretty much going to be watching those storms, that activity in parts of northeastern and east central Missouri. These are the ones I think we'll be keeping a real close eye on as they make their way from southwest to northeast. And maybe I'm a little bit wrong here, Andrew, but we're going to try and get the timing on this. But yeah, that looks pretty good, actually. If you make your way to the Quad Cities itself first, it's pretty close to 9 o'clock, like we've been kind of stressing since last night. And you went down to Burlington as well, talking about just before 8 p.m. So yeah, the timing actually looks really good, what we've been talking about through eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois.
Yeah, the timing definitely spot on there. And this is using storm motions of 60 miles an hour, which is about what we're averaging right now with these warnings. So yeah, we got a little bit of time to prepare here for the metro, a little bit less as you go into Burlington. And that's what I like about that tool there, is you can put those different kind of time slots on there. And I notice there's no warnings with that activity yet, but that could change very quickly as it gets closer to Burlington between 7:45, 8 o'clock. So right now, if you look at the clock, we're about less than an hour away from seeing that first impact to some of the hometowns that we cover here. So time is running out very quickly here.
That's right. But that's the nice thing about doing this type of coverage, is giving everyone, a lot of lead time as far as what is going on now and what we're anticipating as we make our way into the evening hours. So we're never trying to get to a point where we see a warning and then boom, we try to get on the air right away. I think this is a nice plan that we put together as far as giving enough lead time for our hometowns, especially like around Mount Pleasant, Burlington, Keokuk, when it comes to those particular storms. We're going to be kind of going back with reflectivity, which we just showed you, but also when it comes to the velocity mode here. We talked about the greens and the reds, and that's something we talked about even our spring weather special that gives us an idea as to how the raindrops are moving toward or away from the radar site itself. And if we're able to determine that, then we know we've got some wind out there, and there may be the potential for those winds to actually be spinning, maybe producing a brief tornado. I already got a report out of Cedar in Iowa, not Cedar County, but Cedar, way out there just north of Ottumwa, and they had a wind gust of around 67 miles an hour. And that's just one of a number of reports that have been taking place out to the west. But there's Cedar right there, just south and east of Oskaloosa, and those storms continue to make their way off to the northeast. You can see all the reports around Des Moines area from some wind damage that is taking place. These are actually indicating those wind gusts. But here's a great example of the wind damage where two semis actually blew over, I believe, right there on Interstate 80 or so. And then these icons that we see right here, those are actually representing very likely quarter-size hail or maybe even larger. So these are some of the reports that we've seen so far. It kind of gives us a good idea what we could potentially see around here as we make our way later on in the evening. Plenty of watches that are out there for now. No watches that we see here as of yet. We're definitely keeping an eye on that going into this evening. But nonetheless, if we're going to see a watch around here, given the information that we're seeing now, it could very likely be a severe thunderstorm watch around here, where we're really focusing on the winds and not so much on the spin that may be going on across the area.
Yeah, any moment we'll have the severe thunderstorm watch plop on the map. The National Weather Service just finishing their coordination call. I noticed that it just came out across my phone for Lee County on the Illinois side of the river, and that's going to go into effect until 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, keep in mind the expiration time is accounting for areas well east of the Quad Cities, so we're not going to be dealing with this threat until 2 o'clock here. But it looks like, yeah, the severe thunderstorm watch has been issued, and we should see that pop up on our map here momentarily once they put out the county list.
Yes.
That looks like that's been taking place here.
I'm looking forward to a very bright flash of yellow.
Yes.
that's going to
Any
be
minute.
popping up around here. But yeah, that's kind of no surprise what we've been noticing with the conditions, not just to our around here locally, but mainly off to our south and west as well. So nonetheless, even though we may not see any type of twisting going on, we certainly are going to be seeing some pretty strong winds coming down from these storms. So it doesn't have to spin to produce damage. It could be straight lines, and that's what we're looking at. Yeah, Andrew, it looks like around the Chicagoland area, Romeoville site, Weather Service, they put out their watch for tonight, and that's until around 2 a.m. And we're eventually going to get this filled in here, Andrew, what, in just a little bit or so?
Yeah, it should be any minute. It's kind of interesting. It's a race to see who can get their county list out there first. Obviously, Chicago won this race.
Yeah.
But what we're always interested to see is, are we going to get Knox County? Because Knox County is a separate weather office. And there it is. It filled in the rest. But we don't have Knox County in there, and we don't have Stark County in there yet. So we'll see. You know, if you look at the kind of layout of this, I could see Knox maybe eventually getting in there. Reminder, they're a separate weather office. They're not covered by our Quad Cities office.
Which doesn't make sense.
I know.
We have talking about this for years.
We've shouted from the rooftops. We have begged. We have pleaded, and we still can't get control over that. So
that's right.
We'll have to wait and see, I guess, and see if Knox County gets filled in. But yeah, bright yellow.
Once again, explain once again the reason that this is a severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. But once again, we want to stress here, that's going for as far as northeastern, like even around Rockford. That's probably when the watch will probably end around there. But for us here, we're still looking at that time period going to the mid-evening hours, right, Andrew?
That's right. Yeah, we still think roughly by 11 midnight, the last of this will be clearing out, probably closer to 11 for LaSalle, Peru. I know we have a lot of kind of what we call fringe viewers that are right on the edge of LaSalle County and Bureau County that like to watch us still. So that's when we think it'll end, right around the I-39 corridor as we approach that 11 o'clock to midnight hour. I want to mention, too, this is not a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. There were a lot of questions as to whether we were possibly going to get that this morning. That is not the case. This is a normal, everyday severe thunderstorm watch. But what the Storm Prediction Center is saying in terms of the threats that are coming in here, damaging winds, isolated significant wind gusts of 80 miles an hour likely, some hail. We're not too concerned about the hail threat, but they all still mentioning a tornado or two in the isolated basis. I'm going to try and put together some watch probabilities for you so you can see exactly the probability of some of these criteria coming through, but the emphasis continues to be on the wind.
Really, that's really the key. And we've been talking about this for a number of days, given what we've been kind of focusing on when it comes to the structure of the atmosphere, as well as these storms that are going to be pushing in from the southwest to the northeast. And it's been very consistent. I mean, what's really impressive here is, keep this in mind, it's very rare with the conditions that are going in, or the risk that we've been noticing across for our viewing area ever since really the beginning of this week or so. And we were kind of hinting that we would be seeing some type of an impact weather-wise around here ever since this past weekend. So to have all this become very consistent in all these days is pretty a rare thing. Especially for the fact that we're talking about some severe weather with some damaging winds that are going to be in place. But once again, it's all about the winds that we're really concerned about. It's not so much about maybe vivid lightning, but when you're dealing with those type of winds, you can't rule out the possibility of maybe some brief power outages around the area, maybe some tree damage. That can't be ruled out as well. But one of the things that we kind of once again emphasized was the fact that given it's in mid-March, we don't see any leafing going on with the trees, okay? And that makes a big difference as far as kind of creating that wobbling of the tree itself, and maybe even snapping as well. So given that we don't have those leaves, it really minimizes maybe some of that tree damage as well, and maybe even the possibility of when it comes to power outages. That could be more of an isolated thing, all right? But let's see what happens as we get later on in the evening. But that could change very suddenly as well. Once again, we keep an eye on some of those warnings that are out to the west. But more importantly, we're going to keep an eye on those storms that we see, especially around northeastern Missouri and central Missouri as well. We think that is going to be the activity that's going to be streaming its way from southwest to northeast. Some nice lightning taking place, so it gives us an indication that there's some pretty decent dynamics going on. We can track these as well. Going into Burlington about 750, pretty close to 8 o'clock that we were kind of mentioning for the Burlington area. And then in the Quad Cities, we've been kind of stressing about on average maybe around 9 o'clock for these storms to be arriving. And as Andrew put in that number there, about 8:53 or so. And then farther north and east, we got to go to Sterling Rock Falls because you got a fan club out in Sterling Rock Falls. You can see around 9:22 or so, we're looking around maybe around Sterling Rock Falls. So there's an example of 3 areas. We can make it 4 if we go to Princeton. We're talking about maybe 9:22. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's really those storms farther south and west that I think may impact the Princeton area. Bottom line is we're still looking at around the mid-evening hours for all that to be taking place. And kind of what's interesting here too, Andrew, is when we are seeing all this reflectivity to our south and west, the beam actually itself coming from these radars are, probably getting the tops of these storms. So these storms that we see here, they might look impressive, but that may be a different story.
Yeah, you're going to see the radar presentation change a little bit more as these storms get closer. Like you mentioned, we're scanning the tops of the clouds into the upper level part of the storm when they're this far away. But as soon as we get those closer to Burlington here in about 45 minutes or so, you're likely going to start to see that line fill in with a little bit more of a yellow, kind of an orangish appearance as we're getting more of a full scan of the storm. In fact, it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just went out. As you go into northeast Missouri and southwest Iowa. You're also going to notice, too, that a lot of these thunderstorm polygons are going to have this fill, looks like a bunch of lines in them. And then if you look at the top of your screen, it's going to say considerable damage likely. And you're going to see that anytime those wind speeds are projected to be 70 miles an hour or greater. So that's the kind of wind that you really want to take a little bit more extra precaution with. You almost want to practice the same as if it were a tornado warning. You definitely do not want to be near windows in this case. And it's a good idea to probably head to the basement too as these lines come in. Because again, we're going to, as soon as this gets closer to the radar itself here in the next hour, we're really going to have to constantly go up and down this line of storms on the radar and start looking for not only where the strong winds are, but we're going to have to be looking for those little circulations that could potentially pop up as this line gets through and it gets a little bit closer.
Let's go and get some eyes out there. How about that?
Yeah.
And we're going to go to Maddie Franz. She's over in Burlington. She took the beast down with one of our photographers, Caesars, out there as well. And Maddie, I know you've been kind of dealing with some of the elements, the warmth, some of the wind out there. We're a little bit concerned about what's going to be taking place maybe close to 8 p.m. or so. So let's see. Can we go to Maddie right now? Hi, Maddie.
There we go.
Yeah, hey James. Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up now. My little anemometer is picking up about 22 pretty consistently now. You can probably see this big dark cloud behind me. It is coming in pretty fast. You can see the clouds moving. We're seeing a few people still leaving campus right now. We're at Southeastern Community College on the western end of Burlington. And if you couldn't tell, my hair is going pretty crazy right now. Now, a few hours ago, we did pop by a few of the convenience stores in town to see how people are doing, what they're planning on preparing for. And one Burlington resident we talked to, he says he's seen a lot of storms and he's planning to take this one pretty seriously.
We're in Iowa. Anything can happen. 5 minutes later, it'll be nice. I feel it's going to be a good one because I'm a little older and I got Arthur and I'm a little sore, so something's coming.
Yeah, so, and we talked to one of the security guards here on campus. She says there are about 22 students here that are still in the dorms. They have a lot of international students, and even though it is spring break, so there still are students on campus, once we hear those sirens go off, they're going to all be escorted into one brick building to keep them a little bit safer than they might be in their dorms. So everyone's taking this one seriously, and, we'll still be on the air all the way until 10, and we'll be sticking around. I'll send it back to you in the studio, James.
All right, Maddie, thank you so much. Once again, we can't thank you enough for having your eyes out there to tell us what's really going on over in Burlington. And maybe we'll be able to get a situation where things may be getting a little wet and windy out in Burlington. They may actually go into the beast and kind of use the camera that we have above the beast itself. Okay, so that will be something. So thanks, Maddie. We'll be getting back to her coming up in just a little bit. But once again, I was going to say no watches. We already have a severe thunderstorm watch out for the entire area as we go through the rest of the night till about 2 a.m. But really, it's going to be really for the mid-evening hours when it comes to our area. Nothing yet for Stark and Knox County, which is in our viewing area, but that could change. We'll have to find out what's going on with the Lincoln, Illinois Weather Service. They're the ones that issue their warnings and such, or I should say really from the Storm Prediction Center. What am I saying? They're the ones that may be connecting with our friends at the Lincoln Weather Service in Illinois that may kind of extend that watch just a wee bit more. But safe to say, I think we're going to be seeing the potential for some severe weather in Knox and Stark County maybe later on this evening. But that's the extent that we see right now when it comes to the watch itself. We're still focusing right around the mid-evening hours, right around the immediate Quad Cities. A lot of warnings that we see off to our south and west. Here's Burlington. That's where Maddie is. There is Mount Pleasant. And we'll see what happens when it comes to that area of activity just south and west of Mount Pleasant. It's kind of moving still from south to north with these individual storms, but the line itself is starting to slowly bend from southwest to northeast. So right now, Andrew is putting a cone on this to determine maybe the possible arrival here, and there we go. So we're talking about Keokuk just after 8 o'clock, Burlington about 9:19 or so, and we can even go as far north as around Aledo, where we're talking about maybe about 10:39. But I think that may be maybe a little bit faster than that, I would think.
Let me adjust some storm motion on that because I think we're still using a previous value here.
Yeah.
Let's up that storm motion here, see if it's going to let me do it. Because, yeah, I think we're talking about
Yeah, slice what I just said about the cone there. We're going to, if we can get a tracker on that, maybe that may help. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I would say if you're watching us in Aledo, okay, I think we're still looking at about maybe 8:30, between 8:30 and 9. I would say for our friends in Aledo. I would say in areas. There we go. Let's see if that looks about right. Yeah, that looks just about right. Yeah, I think we had to kind of work with the speed itself of the storm. Is that how it works?
Yep.
Yeah, we had to
speed it up a little bit.
Beautiful algorithms that we have to play with when it comes to kind of getting those estimates here and a time here. But that looks pretty good. Burlington just around 8 o'clock or so, close to 8:30 in Monmouth, and just after 8:30 we could potentially see around Galesburg, given the information that we know with that line of storm. So that's how we're able to kind of help out as far as that arrival time. And like I said, it's been very consistent compared to what we've been talking about ever since last night about the arrival of these storms themselves. Now it's just more kind of a wait and see when it comes to those storms, because keep in mind, as Andrew just mentioned, doesn't seem like there's a lot going on, but the radar beams are actually going around the middle to above the storm itself. So we expect to see this area activity kind of get highlighted even more. And that may certainly be something that we'll be keeping an eye on, especially as it makes its way around the Burlington area where Maddie Franz is actually located.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case now. We're starting to see those colors pop a little bit more, and you also notice the warnings are filling in too. We only have a small gap in the line itself that isn't warned currently, but that will likely fill in as it goes to the northeast. I'm trying to keep in contact with the Lincoln office to see what's going on with Knox County and the involvement in any severe thunderstorm watch there. They are mentioning, that is the Central Illinois office, that the low-level jet is kicking in. That's going to be very critical to some of the intensification of these storms that come in as they get here in the Quad Cities, so we're definitely going to have to be watching that. But we'll work and get some clarification and see if Knox is going to be included in that. As of right now, you're not. If you're curious about the probabilities for the watch, I just loaded that in while we were talking to Maddie there in Burlington. These are the severe weather probability hazards, if you will, or hazard probabilities, what the Storm Prediction Center puts out anytime they issue a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. And you can see the tornado risk here is quite low. It's in the green, 20% that we see 2 or more tornado. That's a low probability. There's only a 10% probability that we see one of those stronger EF2 tornadoes, but the wind is a much higher probability, a 70% chance or probability that we see 10 or more reports of winds topping 60 miles an hour, 60% probability of 1 or more of those reports topping 75 miles an hour. A little bit moderate in the hail category, but again, we're not really concerned about that here. That's more farther south. of our region. Overall, 90% probability that we're going to see storm reports with either wind, hail, and that possibility of an isolated tornado. But again, this is our main theme right here, is damaging wind. That's the highlight that we're going to be tracking.
And that's been the highlight for the past number of days or so, and that's still looking pretty good. I think the real big difference that we've noticed, as you just addressed, the percentage of seeing a tornado, anything really strong too, and that could very likely be about those dew point temperatures that we've been talking about as well, because if we see those dew point temperatures 55 degrees or higher, okay, then the base of the cloud from those thunderstorms get lower and lower toward the surface, okay? And this is what we call kind of surface-based thunderstorms, easily able to drop a tornado, and something that could be fairly strong as well, given the combination of the strong winds that are going on aloft. However, though, when you're dealing with drier dew point temperatures, like kind of what we're seeing right now, well, allows the base of the cloud to get higher and higher and higher. This is what we call elevated thunderstorms, okay? So elevated thunderstorms or surface-based can still produce some pretty good wind, but when you're dealing with those kind of conditions, you're pretty much talking about more of a downdraft of some straight line winds coming down from the storm, from aloft all the way down to surface. And that's why we continue to monitor those winds aloft to see what is capable of actually reaching the ground itself, okay? So doesn't have to twist, once again, in order to produce damage. A good straight line wind could have the same effects as an EF1 to even an EF2 plus tornado, okay? So that's why we're concerned about this right here, where we have a very high chance of seeing those winds in excess of maybe 59 miles an hour, but not too far behind. We may be talking about winds in excess of 75 miles an hour. From the Storm Prediction Center from earlier on, they're still holding their ground as far as maybe seeing a range between 60 to close to 100 miles an hour on these wind gusts. I'll say this again, 60 to as high as maybe 100 mile an hour wind gust. I think the higher wind gusts may be a little bit farther south of us, but still, nonetheless, it's enough to cause some damage. And I think the Storm Prediction Center is still holding its ground when it comes to this particular range. Now, keep in mind, everywhere across our viewing area has a very likely chance of seeing these strong winds. I think more of the 60 mile an hour wind gusts may be much farther to the north of us, whereas you get farther south, that's where those wind gusts could get even stronger still. And right now, we've been noticing a history of these storms, especially out to the west, where those gusts had been right around 70 miles an hour or so. And this is not including the increased wind speeds that we're getting from aloft, like Andrew just mentioned about the jet max up there. I think there was a report of maybe those winds, the jet max around 110 miles an hour, 110 knots, I should say. And that is really impressive, especially for this time of year to get that type of a jet max aloft. Here we have another report, thunderstorm wind gust that was reported around Kirksville. That's in Missouri, right there near the Iowa-Missouri border, and they had a wind gust around 71 miles an hour. So these storms are not backing down at all that we're seeing out to our west, and that line continues all the way down to the south. And you can see some of the reports that we have out here of some damage, wind damage. That's indicated by this icon here. This is actually indicating the wind gusts that have been coming. That's what we saw just around Ottumwa, just north of Ottumwa. Okay, so that's kind of how we're able to describe some of these icons off to our south and west. So once again, machine shed blown over, that's considered a thunderstorm wind damage. So that's indicated by this icon that we see right here. And then of course, finally this right here, that's indicating some large hail that might have taken place, maybe about quarter size or even larger. So you can see the warnings that are with that particular line that we have here. These individual storms are kind of moving more from southwest to northeast, maybe as fast as around 60 or 70 miles an hour, I think. Andrew, is that what they're kind of indicating with those warnings that we have out here? Because it is moving pretty quickly that we see.
Yeah, definitely you have motions on the order of, I would say definitely that's 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour at times. And as we talked about, that low-level jet comes in, that's going to further speed up the storms, but it's also going to further feed them with that damaging wind potential. And we're already seeing that ramp up with that storm report that you showed right there south of Ottumwa, where we had earlier 67 mile per hour wind gusts measured. Now we've ramped that up to 71. So you're going to see a lot more of that likely coming as this line line begins to strengthen and move into our region. One of the things, that we were talking about earlier is you're going to see some of these warnings on your screen here. I'm going to bounce back and forth between a scene real quickly just to see if we can find one as an example. You're going to see some of these boxes that are filled in with kind of a vertical line pattern. This one, for example, and you're also going to see a tag here on the top of your screen that says considerable damage. Well, that's part of that new warning criteria that the National Weather Service rolled out a couple of years ago, where we have different sets of criteria for these warnings. So you have a base severe thunderstorm warning, you have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and then you have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The bottom line is we're not dealing with hail today. It's all about the wind. So anytime it's 70 miles an hour, it'll have that considerable tag to it, and you'll see the vertical line show up on your screen. When it's destructive, that's when it really grabs our attention, because when we get this destructive tag, that means it's time to treat this as if it were a tornado warning, and you need to get away from windows, you need to get away from exterior walls, because 80+ mile per hour winds are extremely, extremely strong. Not to mention, this destructive warning, when it's 80+, is what triggers that EAS tone on your cell phone. That's something you also have to take into consideration. It's no longer just tornado warnings anymore that will trigger your cell phone tone. It's going to be that destructive tag too.
Right. So, if you want to actually get that alert, you actually have to go to settings, I believe, Andrew. And if you go to settings and go to, I think, emergency alerts or so, there'll be an area where you can actually turn that to green. And so if we get to this situation, in fact, we hope we don't get to that situation. But if we do, then your phone will be all ready to go and alert you, especially in those situations when we are dealing with these nocturnal storms, okay? It gets a little bit late at night. This is very handy to have, especially if we're talking about those type of winds. But as Andrew just mentioned, we're not so much worried about the hail at all. We're really worried about the winds. We've already seen considerable damage when it comes to these winds in areas way off to our west. There is that potential, though, that those winds could be even stronger just because of the winds aloft that are eventually getting stronger. We're noticing those winds aloft getting stronger just off to our south and west. So that's why we're concerned about seeing these winds actually make their way down to the surface, okay? So that's our big concern that we have as we make our way into the evening hours. I love that graphic, by the way. And I really like this graphic that you've been stressing, Andrew, for the past number of days. Why don't you go ahead and kind of explain why it's so important that we look at those winds aloft?
Sure, yeah. So it's not just the ground, but we have to look up into the actual storm itself. And this time of year, severe thunderstorms can reach 40 to 50,000 feet into the atmosphere. It's pretty good height, but we have to remember that storm goes throughout the entire column of the atmosphere, including this column right here that has some really strong winds. And this is the wind we were talking about earlier, the fact that 10,000 feet up and 18,000 feet up, kind of in the core of that thunderstorm, you've got winds that are exceeding 70 miles an hour, and then you've got winds that are exceeding 100 miles an hour. And with a storm that gets strong enough, what it can do is it can grab onto those winds and at times transfer that wind down to the ground here. So this does not mean we're going to see 106 mile per hour winds, but what it does show us is the potential of some of that wind getting transferred to the ground. Not all of it, but little pieces of it. And, James explained this earlier. Look at how windy it's already been today. We've had gusts approaching 40, 50 miles an hour, and these storms are not even here yet. So this adds to that wind momentum, if you will, that we already have, further enhancing those wind gusts as the storm goes through.
Very true, and that's something once again we are going to be keeping an eye on as we make our way into the evening. But yeah, these numbers have actually changed a lot, especially around 18,000 feet. Maybe seeing those winds, and this is where and correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, that's where the Jetmax is kind of located. And so when we see those winds that strong and a good downdraft, that's capable of making its way down to the surface. We don't believe we get to see that kind of a wind. We hope we don't see that kind of a wind, but it's certainly capable if the downdrafts to these storms are strong enough. And that could very likely take place mainly just behind the thunderstorm itself. Okay, that's where most of the downdrafting takes place, especially when it comes to the rain. That's all being done by the downdrafts of those storms. And it's kind of funny, Andrew, one thing we probably haven't talked about for several days is how much rain we're going to get out of this. And it all depends on, given the speed of these storms that we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's not going to be what you would call a gully washer for sure.
Correct.
The fact that they're going to be in a spot maybe 10, 15 minutes. So at most, I've been saying since this morning, if you're lucky, you'll get a quarter of an inch. The other thing is the rain's going to be blowing sideways. That makes it a little bit harder to measure in your rain gauge. But yeah, it's not going to be a heavy rain event. It's going to be a brief downpour, that really good rush of wind that'll blow it sideways. Hopefully you didn't clean your windows like I already did a couple of days ago, because now they're just going to get messed up. The other thing you're probably going to see with this too, like the event that we had, the previous one, the rain event that came through, did you notice your car was extremely dirty? That was such a dirty rain because that storm system picked up a lot of dust. This is the same thing. This is going to be a really dirty rain that's just going to make everything look pretty nasty.
I already made my appointment for tomorrow to get my car washed. So yes, indeed. And that's very true. So that's what we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on too. You know what? What's really nice too, and I talked about it in the newscast this evening, and that is, how important it is to have those eyes out there. Well, I got a couple of chasers out there. We were kind of questioning whether they're going to do some chasing or not.
Yep.
But they are chasing. They're actually chasing, but well ahead of the storm itself. So give me a thumbs up here, guys, or let me know I'm in the booth. I'd like to go to Ethan Schisler.
We're not ready. I was checking.
Oh, you're just checking? Okay. We're going to go to Ethan a little bit, maybe later on, but Ethan is doing some chasing in northeastern or eastern Missouri. And Corey Marshall, who lives just south of Galesburg itself, he's down in Fulton County, getting ahead of those storms that we see down south of us. So he'll give us an idea what they're seeing and what could very likely have an impact on us as we make our way into the evening hours. Right now, everything's still quiet around Burlington, but if you're watching us in Burlington, even if you're watching us in Mount Pleasant, those skies are getting a little darker out there, and certainly seeing some rain. We're not seeing any lightning, but it doesn't mean, keep this in mind, it doesn't mean that, okay, we don't have any, not really anticipating any severe weather. But you got to deal with the winds that are coming down, okay? And that's the thing that we're really concerned about. So not a lot of lightning doesn't mean that, okay, it's just a very quiet round of showers. We're just really concerned about those winds. So there's Mount Pleasant, and Andrew went ahead and put that tracker in there, and you can see it, maybe in about less than a half an hour or so, it should be impacting parts of Mount Pleasant. There's Burlington right there. Looks like most of the showers you can see, maybe a little clap of thunder there, still located out to our west. If we're looking at Burlington, we're still looking, I think, right around 8 o'clock. Yep, look at that. Wow, timing couldn't be any better. Hopefully that is going to be the case here. Aquaca around 8:12 in Columbus Junction, and Columbus Junction is right there, maybe around 8:19 or so. So that's looking pretty good as far as the timing of those storms that we see off to our south and west. If you're just joining us right now, there are plenty of warnings out to the south and west, but we do have a severe thunderstorm watch out for pretty much the entire viewing area. The only exception is around Knox and Stark County, okay? The Weather Service in Lincoln kind of working with the people out at the Storm Prediction Center in Oklahoma will be the ones that will very likely be part of that maybe extension of a watch. We'll see how that turns out. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is, given what we're expected to see to our south and west. But this is all across our viewing area is under a severe thunderstorm watch. And it shows until 2 a.m. or so, but that's really accounting for these counties way out here. We're looking at about still around 7, 8 o'clock around Mount Pleasant, Burlington. We're looking, or I should say 8 o'clock around Burlington, around the immediate Quad Cities, Galesburg. On average, we're looking about 9. Okay, and I would say from Savannah to Sterling Rock Falls down to Princeton after 10 o'clock, 10:30 is what we're looking at when it comes to these hometowns, okay? So that's kind of what we're looking at here. That's a better picture of the storm arrival that we're seeing coming in from the southwest and then making its way off to the north and east, okay? And that's what we're gonna be monitoring as we head into the night. Now keep this in mind too, that just because, it's where we kind of are losing that daytime heating, it doesn't mean that, these storms are gonna kind of fall apart. Because keep in mind what we've been noticing these past few days, that these storms are expected to, intensify dynamically. Okay, and what that means is that they are going to continue to grow despite the lack of daylight out there. Okay, so we have the right ingredients for these storms to maintain themselves and not get stronger after we make our way through the evening. One of the elements that we look at is a change in wind speed and direction with height. This is what we call shear. Okay, and right now the shear is fairly weak. We always like to see that shear to be maybe orange or even red, because when we see that, that means we've got a twist going on. We got a turn of the air, and that sets the tone for the possibility of maybe seeing these brief spin-ups that could be taking place. But as long as the shear stays weak, then our chance of seeing any type of a brief spin-up is going to be very, very low. So that is some good news. I mean, think of it as a slinky, but with air. So when you have a change in speed we have a change in an increase in wind speed aloft to the direction as well, then you allow this slinky to take place. And when it interacts with a developing thunderstorm, a big updraft, it takes that slinky and puts it vertical. Okay, and that's kind of what we look for when it comes to the shear. We look at near the surface, but we also look at that shear going into the base of the cloud that produces what we call a mesoscale vortex. Okay, and that's where we usually can find that tornado that may pop up. Storm energy, well, since we've been noticing some of the activity off to our south and west is not too much. It's still on the low side that we see here, but that could eventually be changing as we make our way into the evening hours. But keep in mind, it's pretty much dynamically driven. So that's where sometimes that can be a bit misleading as far as the level of storm energy that we have out there. So once again, all the warnings that we've been noticing simply in the past couple of hours have been mainly off to our west with these storms moving as high as 50 to 70 miles an hour or so. Has been producing quarter-size hail. We've been getting reports of wind gusts coming down from these storms, averaging around 60 to even 70 miles an hour or so. Okay, and we don't expect that to really change all too much as we head through the night. Once again, here's the timing. This is 7 p.m. and it kind of has changed a little bit. It's really on course as to what we're seeing right now. And by the time we get to 8 p.m., you can see those storms are still located just off to our southwest around southeastern Iowa. As we move this clock to about, I think it's going to go to 8:30 or 9. There's 9 o'clock right there, making its way toward the immediate Quad Cities itself. Pretty strong that we see here. We'll keep an eye on some of these little bends. That's indicating maybe some strong wind gusts. And more importantly, we'll keep an eye on any couplets that may be developing as well, those little brief spin-ups. But that may be very minimal, very, very isolated, given what we're noticing with the structure of this line to our south and west. And then by the time we get to 10, it should be impacting places like around Sterling Rock Falls and even around Princeton. And after that, a cool wind taking over, and with it too, some dry conditions that should linger on as we make our way into tomorrow, Andrew.
Yeah, and I want to remind folks that we still have a wind advisory that's very much in play too. So even when the storms move out, the wind, at least up to 50-mile-per-hour potential wind gusts will continue, and that's going to go until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we'll continue to see those wind gusts increase as we go through this evening ahead of that line of storms, and then the winds will still be quite gusty. They'll just switch directions once we get outside of those storms. Again, I'm going to do this on the fly really quickly. I'm going to try and pull up some of the wind speed and wind gusts that are ongoing right now, just to kind of get a sense of what's happening across the region. So the blinking speed that you're seeing in that box, that's the gust speed, which is still approaching 40 miles an hour here in the Quad Cities. Looks like the strongest winds at present time are down near Burlington, where you're approaching about 45 miles an hour, and then more stronger gusts near Ottumwa and Oskaloosa. That's what the storms are moving through right now, or already have moved through. So we will see that wind increase, continue out of the southeast. The storms will move through. You'll see that quick change in wind direction and that quick rush of wind that comes through too. But yeah, still a wind advisory in place till 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the wind isn't going to be going away. at least for a while. We're still going to have some wind to deal with tomorrow, too. We did talk about that this morning on GMQC, that we could still see gusts around parade time between 30, 35 miles an hour. So keep that in mind as you're going out. At least the temperatures are going to be warm. You're going to be in the 50s for the parade itself. So don't have to worry about a wind chill factor or anything. I would still bring a coat, but it is going to be windy, very windy.
Yeah, always seems to, why is it always that when we cross the bridge over there that it's just like you got to hang on to your hat, your whatever. You got to pretty much hang on just because those winds are so excessive going over the bridge. But then when you cross over the bridge into Davenport, it is just fine. But more importantly, it's going to be all dry. Okay, so make sure you just, think of it as, temperatures are going to feel more like in the 40s. They've getting all that wind. So as long as you have a warm jacket, it is going to be just fine too. I'm going to try and get on the golf course tomorrow. That will be really fun too. Go. Oh my goodness. I'm looking forward to those 450-yard drives. Let's put it that way. What a warm day it turned out to be too, Andrew. I mean, right now we're seeing temperatures really as of this hour widespread in the 70s. We actually reached a record high, reached 83 degrees.
Wow.
83 degrees. And that broke the record set back in 2012 on 78 degrees. And if you remember, Andrew, in 2012, for March, there were like 7 straight days of temperatures in the 70s and 80s. And I believe there was even a severe weather event that took place around that time as well. So a very kind of interesting how, those kind of related when it comes to all this excessive warmth that we've been seeing around the area, but it comes with a lot of wind as well.
Yeah, impressive storm system overall. I mean, when you were looking at the pressure trends, we were talking about this perhaps meeting or exceeding some of the record low pressure values over in parts of Nebraska for the month of March, getting very close to some of those records. And some of those records that Peter and I found went all the way back to the early 1900s.
Wow.
In terms of lowest pressure. So this is a very sizable, very powerful storm system that's coming through. And yeah, this is why it's so dynamic. You don't need that heat energy. All you need is the wind energy, and that we have plenty of. Just step outside, you'll feel it.
Yeah, no question. I've been noticing too on the radar there, just west of Iowa City, boy, some vivid lightning going on there, right near Interstate 80 and points northward. There's a lot of action going on there. And look at all the polygons, my goodness, indicating some of those winds that are just around 60 miles an hour, very likely some local areas seeing those wind gusts maybe around 70 miles an hour. Not so worried about the hail, but certainly the threat there for some considerable damage when you're dealing with this line that's taking place. You can see just west of Iowa City and Cedar Rapids, but those storms are individually moving from south to north. The line itself is moving from west to east. Now keep this in mind, folks, and we're going to put a little track on here too. Just outside of our viewing area, Iowa City, we're looking at about 8 o'clock or so. So in less than a half an hour, we'll be impacting Iowa City. West Branch around 8:10 or so, and Cedar Rapids, of course, around 8:25. But once again, you notice that there's nothing going on here. That is no surprise. Okay, that is no surprise that everything's quiet around here. But that will be changing really as we make our way in the next 2 to 4 hours when it comes to our viewing area. I should say the next hour to 4 hours, I should say. And I only say that because we want to make sure that we're not forgetting our friends out around Mount Pleasant and Burlington, Keokuk as well, with those storms that are coming in from the south and quickly advancing toward the northeast. So around Burlington, of course, we'll be getting oh my goodness, who's out there? Maddie France.
Yep.
She's out there in Burlington. I just had a mental block right there. 8:32 should be impacting Burlington or so. So that's about an hour or so. And then around Galesburg at around 9. Muscatino with Muskies, we're talking about maybe 9:14 or so, given the speed that we're seeing. That could change a little bit, but we're looking at about maybe 9:15 or so, maybe for even the immediate Quad Cities, given that line that should be impacting both the Muscatine and even around the Quad Cities, like I said, just about the same time or so. You know what's kind of interesting, if you noticed here, Andrew, is things are really beginning to light up around Quincy and starting to see some action now taking place in areas around, I believe that's Lee County in Iowa. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, we're noticing the lightning data really starting to tick up. I remember when we first started started the coverage around 6:30, you only had about 100 or so lightning strikes. But when you look at the bigger picture, that number has now gone over 1,000. So
Wow,
things
wow.
are ramping up in terms
Yeah.
of the lightning, which is impressive because, again, we weren't expecting a lot of hail production today. You need a lot
Right.
of that hail production to get an impressive lightning display. So this is all based on all of the raindrops within the clouds slamming into each other, creating that electric charge. And that, again, gives you an idea of how strong the winds are in the upper level of the atmosphere that these storms are going to be taking advantage of. So, yeah, that one, especially south of Quincy, that whole line there really beginning to light up. And I believe that might be the first tornado warning there down in Missouri for this, at least immediate line
yeah.
that we've seen so far today.
Right. Yeah, yeah. In fact, I've been noticing too from the Storm Prediction Center throughout the day that if we're going to be seeing any type of real strong tornadoes, it was going to be more in downstate Illinois, heading towards St. Louis. They were kind of really emphasizing that would be the area where a chance for some good rotation was going to be taking place. Whereas around here, and keep in mind, because in downstate Illinois, they are seeing actually those dew points well in the 50s and even some lower 60s. So certainly a lot of surface-based storms are popping up around there, whereas the farther north as you go, we just don't see that. And that's why it's been kind of the chances are more elevated when it comes to these storms as well. We think we just found out from Maddie Franz that she is seeing lightning out in the distance, just south and west of the Burlington area. Please let me know, or Andrew, let him know in our ears if we can actually go to Maddie and maybe even get a shot of that. Can we go to Maddie right now? Okay, let's go to Maddie and maybe we get a little talk from her, and maybe she can move the camera around to show us that maybe that lightning that may be going. That wind is still taking place with you, Maddie, over in Burlington. My goodness.
Yeah, it got pretty dark pretty fast. All of these dark clouds have just been racing across the sky, really. And, we've been seeing these winds up to 25 miles an hour pretty much the whole time we've been down here. But it's hitting it a lot more consistently. Looking right now, it's in a bit of a lull. It's been going up and down. But, yeah, my photographer, Caesar, he just saw the first flash of lightning behind me. That's where some of those big, giant clouds have been coming up. So we're going to point the camera out. That's out in the distance in the field there, see if we can see anything else. I mean, it looks like it's just kind of the beginning of the storm from our perspective here in Burlington. We're at the Southeastern Community College on the west end of Burlington. This is a spot that people do like to watch some of these storms come in. Now, we're still waiting to hear those sirens go off, and a security guard here told us once those happen, the kids that are still here in the dorms, they will be taken to a brick building to hunker down and weather this storm. There are about 22 kids on campus. They're in spring break right now, but they have a few international students. So the staff here will be taking care of them, and people we've talked to, they're going to be hunkering down as well. They're going to be paying attention to those warnings and really keeping an eye on this weather. So for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio, James, and we'll keep an eye out, see if we see any more lightning.
All right, Maddie, and once again, can't stress enough, be safe out there too, because these storms are moving very quickly. There aren't any warnings out. We have any warnings out for the Burlington area. That's Des Moines County and such. But once they do, they're going to be taking cover. That's for sure. So these are the storms that we're watching very carefully off to our south and west. I understand now that we have one of our chasers on the line right now. We've known Ethan for a long time. Ethan Schisler, a veteran storm chaser. Wish we would be able to go on a chasing with him, because he finds these tornadoes with no problem at all, especially any type of severe weather. So Ethan, thank you all so much for joining us. Can you tell me where you are, and then we can relate it to what we see on the radar?
About maybe 30 minutes south of Quincy. We got a tornado warning storm that's about 46 miles to our southwest. It's be moving in our direction very shortly. It's moving at about 75 miles per hour, the latest warning.
Storm itself in areas where you are in relationship to what we have been noticing in our local area?
We've been having a lot of very strong, just sustained winds with some higher gusts. I've seen a lot of blowing dust as well. few field fires as well, obviously with the very dry conditions.
And what kind of wind gusts have you been getting in your location? Just curious.
I haven't been able to measure anything so far, but we're probably seeing, sustained 30, 35 mile an hour winds with gusts upwards probably 50 miles an hour at times. The storms haven't even gotten here yet, so that's goes to show you how strong these winds are.
Is it really the focus going to be as far as seeing any, maybe some strong tornadoes a little bit farther in downstate Illinois and Missouri compared to what we're expecting around here?
Yeah, the moisture today, you kind of mixed out, or when the temperature got warm, the dew points, lowered, and that's really hurting our tornado chances, further north. But we have had some, resurgence in the moisture with the evening, the Louisville jet and stuff, and the moisture looks to push in, to around the St. Louis area, and that is where the threat is going to be more maximized for a few stronger tornadoes. Not to say we can't have a couple reports in our area, but mostly strong damaging winds.
Okay. And once again, you kind of mentioned that. That's something that we've been kind of examining too, is the amount of moisture in the air when it comes to the dew point temperatures. We have been noticing those dew points mainly in the 40s for most of us, maybe some lower 50s, but could that have an impact as to the intensity of the storms that may be coming in our general area, especially just south of the Quad Cities?
Yeah, I think it will cause the intensity to wane a little bit. I think with not being as much instability for these storms to feed off of. In the summertime we get a lot of heat and humidity, and it's just not that humid out today. So our storm fuel is kind of lower, but there's a lot of wind shear for these storms to work with. So where the balance of that is, lower instability, more wind shear. Leaves a little bit of uncertainty as to how strong the storms will be, but they could be quite strong if you're in a favored area.
Yeah, especially right, especially when it comes to maybe the fact that we're talking about these winds coming down from the storm, maybe creating some straight line wind. Ethan Schistler, thank you so much, veteran storm chaser. We've known Ethan for a number of years. He does a fantastic job. More importantly, getting those eyes out there to let us know what's really going on, because we can't stress enough. There's only so much that we can see on the radar, so having those eyes out there has been a very good one. We'll may get to Ethan a little bit later on, certainly in our newscast here. Of course, and that's why we have Maddie Franz out there giving us her eyes, and of course Joe Hammersham is in the Quad Cities itself, and of course we'll be contacting with him regarding those storms that will be coming on through. But wow, I tell you, Andrew, I mean, that's some pretty good information given what he's been seeing down south in comparison to what we could be encountering around here.
Yeah, it's all about getting, that ground truth. We like to see that ground truth because, as we talked about earlier, the radar beam, when you're getting this far south, is shooting further up into the storm instead of what's actually going on at the bottom of the storm, which is the most important part for us as meteorologists to be able to see in terms of any strong winds or rotation. So just having those eyes on the ground that far away from the radar beam itself is so helpful. So it's nice to have Ethan back with us here today. Also, we have Maddie Franz in Burlington too. We really wanted to focus our attention on getting somebody down south first, because these are the areas that are going to see it first. We want that firsthand experience to see what we're going to be dealing with for our northern hometowns here north of this area as this line comes in. And kind of as we mentioned earlier, we're seeing the radar presentation fill in a little bit more as these storms are getting closer to the radar site itself. So that's a trend we're going to continue to see as well. I'm also still keeping up with the National Weather Service office in Lincoln. That's the office that covers Knox County, and there is talk with the SPC that there's probably going to be an additional watch that will be issued here shortly that will eventually cover Knox County. We'll see what kind of watch that's going to be, but again, they're coordinating with the Storm Prediction Center, which is the organization that puts out the watches for the National Weather Service. So we'll see if that'll fill in.
Andrew, it looks like about a couple of minutes ago, National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for areas. Let me see here, for parts of northern Hancock, southwestern Henderson County, Henry County, and southeastern Iowa, even as far north as around Louisa County in Iowa as well. And that is until 8:30 p.m. I'm not sure the polygon has popped up there, but that's what I'm getting as of 7:41. The hazards they're concerned about here are winds around 70 miles an hour. That's been more radar indicated,
There it is.
but the move is to the north at around 40 miles an hour or so.
Yeah, hopefully we can get that to pop up here momentarily.
Do you see that too on the?
I do see it on my alternate display.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it on the alternate display. So you've got Burlington in that, Fort Madison. You've got Wapello, Morning Sun, Mount Pleasant, Wayland, Winfield. That goes all the way up to just south of Iowa City for that severe thunderstorm warning. So we should be getting that on here any moment on the radar display here. And we'll see if that pops up. But a good chunk of an area south and west of the Quad Cities. And notice, too, when it pops up, how ahead of that line it is.
Yes, right. And that's the thing is we want to make sure that everyone is well informed just because how fast these storms are. So if you maybe start hearing sirens in your hometown and you've noticed that the skies have been nice and quiet, don't let that fool you. I mean, the idea is to make sure that you have time to get to your safe spot. Okay, because we're going to expect to see dramatic changes in those counties going in the next 45 minutes or so. So hopefully we're going to get that polygon up for areas, especially along and west of the river, going until about, what was it, 8:30, I believe it was?
About 8:30, yeah. I'm wondering if we can get our another source up on the screen. We're going to do a quick reboot of our system really quickly.
Okay.
Just to make sure that there's nothing that's getting hung up here. So if we can take another source, maybe do we have Joe out in the field, I think we said, or somebody's out right now? Okay, we're going to see if we can get to one of those sources here maybe in a minute. That'll give us a second to reboot everything, get everything refreshed. Yeah, because for some reason we are not seeing that warning pop up on our screen at the present moment.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll try and get to Joe first. We'll just make sure we're getting this information to our friends of the booth here. Go to Joe first. Well, then hopefully can go to Maddie even after that. And then we'll probably get a chance to even talk with Peter Warner, who has been actually helping out our friends at our sister station in Des Moines at WOI with their severe weather threat that's been going on. And we'll get an insight from him as what he's been getting from maybe some of the reports from either from some chasers out there or even from the National Weather Service itself. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to go to Joe Habersham. He has been over at the National Weather Service over in Davenport. Oh, no, he's in Milan. Okay, he is in Milan right now. He's doing his move to around the area. So, Joe, tell me what you are dealing with. Of course, obvious by the radar itself, things are very quiet. The wind doesn't seem too bad because you've been talking about your tie of late, and it seems to be okay on your side, but things are going to change in a very big way where you are.
Yeah, James, I know we were in Davenport originally, and I told you we would be somewhere else for the show. We're in Milan. We're near the Rock Island Milan runway over and at a BP. I mean, I'm going to step out of the way just so you guys can see. There's still traffic that's out here. People still making their way homes as they're trying to avoid the storm. When we went inside the gas station, we actually talked to the clerk there, and they said that it's been a pretty slow night for them, so nothing too crazy. Like you said, James, we've been seeing some wind out here. It's been getting a little windy, but outside of that, you know, nothing, I guess, not manageable. We're seeing some trees and some grass blow by, but right now, I mean, I think it's good. I don't want to speak too much and then jinx anything just yet, but for now, I think everything's holding steady. So back to you.
I know time right now is 7:47, and we've been talking about making his way around the immediate Quad Cities, especially around Milan, maybe right around 8 o'clock or 8:30 or so. This is out of Des Moines, by the way. This camera shot is out of Des Moines, and they certainly had their fair share of multiple severe thunderstorm warnings where some of those winds have been clocked on average around 70 miles an hour. There were plenty of reports of some storm damage, some large hail that took place there. The good news is just by looking at the downtown that we weren't concerned so much about any power outages. So that is some good news. We hope that holds true even for our area as we're anticipating some pretty strong winds as well. And something that we really been talking about is that, you know, this line of storms that are been noticed out to our south and west has some pretty good rain with it, but given the speed, it's been a challenge as far as how much rain we could get. Estimates now are maybe about 1/10, maybe get as high as 1/2 inch of rain out of this. okay, in some local areas. So that's kind of what we're looking at when it comes to those storms that we've been noticing around the Des Moines area themselves. Next shot we can go to is, well, let's do this. We're going to go, let's go with our another camera. Let's go to, if we had to go to Iowa City or even around Burlington. Let me know if we can actually go to Manny Franz over in Burlington. Not yet. Okay. This is our eagle eye shot on top of the Call building in downtown Davenport. No surprise. Everything's all quiet. But like I said, I think as we get to about 9 o'clock or so, that may change certainly in a big way. Now we're going to do this. We'll keep that camera up a little bit. We're still waiting for the reboot on our graphics system. But Peter Warner has been keeping an eye on these storms ever since around the early afternoon hours or so with our sister station over in Des Moines at WOI. And, you know, Peter, it's been a pretty busy day for you, for sure, as far as those storms are concerned.
Yeah, James, I mean, we've seen this system kind of develop. I've been watching it develop. We were going live there with our sister station, and we saw this band develop a little bit later. It started with some singular cells that we were seeing with this system. And if we could maybe get up our Max 2, I can kind of break down how that system made its way through. But
okay.
So looks like our radar is updated here. But yeah, we saw this band develop as it made its way through portions of central Iowa, carrying into eastern Iowa. Now we're seeing that full band develop. We've seen some significant reports. You saw 2 semis knocked over out in Piaskowga County near Montezuma, Iowa. We saw 2 semis knocked over there. We've seen a 40-foot tree, a pine tree, knocked over just north of downtown Des Moines. We've seen apartment buildings to the west of Des Moines. We actually saw roofs knocked off apartment buildings in western Des Moines. We've seen multiple semi-reports there. Wind gusts over 70+ miles per hour as the system has developed. And now we're starting to see that full line making its way here towards our viewing area.
Yeah, starting to kind of increase a little bit too. Hey, Peter, thank you so much on that. And yeah, there is the, now we are able to get that, that polygon up that's covering some of our hometowns in portions of southeastern portions of Iowa or southwest of the Quad Cities. Andrew, any more particulars on that? It looks like this could be a kind of considerable piece of damage that may take place with the potential winds that may be coming from this line.
Yeah, exactly. You notice it's got that considerable damage tag here in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. The reason for that is we're estimating winds potentially reaching up to 70 miles an hour. In fact, we did have a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust that was near Nauvoo. That is in Lee County, Iowa. That's southwest of Fort Madison. So down in here, we've already had 60-mile-per-hour winds. And remember, that jet stream is just now kicking in. So that's a big warning. I'm going to peel off the radar really quickly so you can get a grasp at just how large that is. Again, it goes all the way from basically south of Fort Madison, Iowa, Keokuk, right up in through Burlington, Mount Pleasant, just west of Wapello, and also just west of Muscatine. So west of Muscatine County already under that warning, and you see those vertical lines, which means considerable damage is certainly possible. We can put a tracker on that really quick. It's a big line. So I'm going to adjust my criteria here for a second because I can't use my little triangle that we usually can because this has become more of a bigger storm system. So I'll get the speed updated. Looks good there. We'll go ahead and we'll put the whole line. And again, we have to kind of remember that this is really moving more to the north than anything. So it's kind of a tricky one to track, but there's kind of the timing. I'm showing that arrival that, again, it's going to be a little bit later as you get closer to the Quad Cities. We're still thinking 8 to 9, 8 to 10 here in the Quad Cities Metro, but there's your first list of arrival times. Getting into Iowa City, 8:07. We've got Muscatine about 8:38, and then Fairview right around 8:39. And what we're going to be seeing is as this low-level jet kicks in, you're going to see the forward momentum of these storms increase, and you're also likely going to see the winds increase a little bit more, too, as these storms are rolling through. So you're noticing, like we said earlier, the radar presentation is starting to fill in a little bit more. It's becoming a little more solid. We're noticing the lightning data is also starting to fill in more. So we're seeing a little bit more intensification when it comes to these storms. We're likely still a little bit too far away in terms of being able to get some good velocity data. Once these get closer to Keithsburg, Muscatine, we'll really start to get into that velocity data better.
Very much so. You know, it's kind of interesting too is it may not be certainly, I don't think it has anything to do with the storms out to our south and west, but you know, we've been kind of tracking these winds and such in areas areas across eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. And I believe, and we're going to go to Shelby Kluver here. She's at the anchor desk here. I understand over in Galesburg, there are a lot of power outages going on.
Tracking Ameren right now. I can't pull it up on my computer, but I can see there are about 131 customers, Ameren customers in Galesburg right now that are without power, but right around Keokuk on the Illinois side, by Carthage, over by Elveston, we're seeing a lot of power outages on the Ameren side. Right now, that's about all I can see in Illinois-wise, and as far as Iowa goes, a lot of power outages in the central part of the state, but not so much over by our viewing area.
Okay, at least not as of yet.
As of right now.
That's right. And of course, that's something we're just a little concerned about with all these winds is the amount of power outages that could potentially take place around here. We certainly want to make that a minimum as these storms eventually make their way from southwest to northeast. So once again, we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning until around 8:30. That does include Burlington. That does include Mount Pleasant. And certainly we'll find out from Maddie here in just a little bit because she's out there in Burlington of seeing those storms. They're just miles away from where she is right now. So we'll be getting to her hopefully maybe in just a little bit. I believe that over in Iowa City, we have a camera out there that is actually showing some of the lightning that has been going on as well. We can go to that anytime you want to. We can take it if you want. Yeah, we can go ahead and take it. I'm talking to the people in the booth. We can take that, or certainly we can actually go to Maddie Franz too. Just keep an eye. We'll hold off on Maddie for a little bit because those storms are just off to the south and west. But yeah, we can take a shot over in Iowa City because there have been talk about a lot of lightning being noticed in the distance. And it's very likely because of those storms that we're noticing just south and west of Iowa City. In fact, Andrew, can we, do you want to just scroll down a little bit so we can get Iowa City on the radar there?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, and you can see it's only like about 8-9 miles just west of Iowa City as far as the lightning is concerned. But we kind of missed kind of the timing of this. But from this camera alone, we were seeing a lot of lightning kind of flashing out there in the distance, and we'll likely see that kind of slowly make its way from west to east, possibly in the next half an hour or so, impacting areas around Iowa City. Certainly on that, but they're going to certainly see their fair share of some strong winds. They're just located just south of that severe thunderstorm warning, which could very likely extend even farther northward for the possibility of seeing some of those strong winds that may be coming down from those thunderstorms as well. Now, let's see if we can do this. I'm not sure if Maddie Franz is available over in Burlington. Yes or no?
Ooh, yes.
Her camera is actually available. Okay. If her camera is available, we would see if probably pointing to the south itself. She's out there in Burlington, Iowa. We have the camera outside for now. But when they start hearing the sirens and maybe start seeing some of that lightning, they're probably going to make their way into the beast itself and kind of hunker down until the threat is all said and done. Maybe a little bit of a challenge as far as trying to see some of that lightning, but there certainly is, by looking at the radar, that they have been seeing some strokes of lightning just off to the south and west. And if you're watching us in Burlington, you're definitely under that severe thunderstorm warning. That is until around 8:30 or so, for the potential for seeing some pretty strong winds that may be expected around there. Okay. So back to me. Here we go. There we go. Back to the radar itself. Once again, here's the immediate Quad Cities. Everything's still quiet. Once again, no surprise. We're kind of looking sometime maybe after 9 p.m. For some of those storms to eventually make its way across the immediate Quad Cities. But right now, all the activity has been primarily off to our south and west. And if this is correct, Andrew, did they just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning from considerable to destructive?
They did. We're now saying 80-mile-an-hour winds. That was just pushed out minutes ago there for that severe thunderstorm warning. So that's almost something, we're on the 8+ app stream right now, but we may have to get right into programming here very shortly for our friends in Burlington.
Right.
With 80-mile-per-hour winds and destructive is the tag. That is considerable, more than considerable damage. That's tornado-like damage that's going to be possible. And again, you can't look at the radar and say, well, where's the reds, where's the pinks and the purples and all that. This is not that kind of a setup. This is a wind-driven setup where even just a heavy band of rain can produce some extremely strong winds. So that's something we're going to have to be watching as we get through, and we'll continue to track that there.
Yeah.
Yeah, very escalating very quickly the way it looks right now.
Yeah, it looks like around Washington, Iowa, they just had a recent wind gust about 10 minutes ago, around 74 miles an hour. And yeah, I'm seeing the fact that they have upgraded the potential for maybe 80-mile-an-hour winds out there. So, you know, if anyone in the booth is probably listening to us, I would think it may be pretty wise that we kind of go into network here in just a little bit and let everyone know, on anyone who's watching on regular TV, that we have the potential for seeing some destructive storms. Before we do that, Peter, I understand you got some information for us?
Yes.
Make sure you have his mic on, by the way.
Let's see, let's get my mic on here. We just saw less than 10 minutes ago in Westwood in Henry County a 77-mile-per-hour gust just outside of
Henry County, Iowa.
Yes, Henry County, Iowa, 77-mile-per-hour gust recorded within the last 10 minutes here.
Okay, in Henry County, Iowa, that is located right here. That's from Mount Pleasant, right around there. So, wow, that's really impressive. Maybe that was the reason why they elevated that warning from considerable to now destructive. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Now, let's see. It's kind of interesting. Is this kind of going back for, again, a little confused here. Is this part, oh, that's for the warning that's making its way towards Cedar Rapids, right, I believe. And then this part is, oh, I see, there we go. It's kind of showing that warning. There we go. That's the one that we're looking for. There we go. So once again, we're talking about a situation where winds could cause a considerable amount of damage here. I shouldn't say considerable, can cause some destructive damage, I would say, with those winds expected around 80 miles an hour or so. So keep this in mind by looking at the radar itself. You think it doesn't look like there's much going on, but we got to emphasize here, it's not so much, you know, focusing on so much of the lightning. It's all the downdrafts that are coming down really from the storm itself, okay? The winds that are coming from aloft, making its way down to the surface itself. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right here with these storms. So yeah, we're getting some nice rain, but we're also getting some pretty intense winds that have been going on there as well. Okay, we're going to go to Maddie Franz. She is in Burlington. We always like to get some eyes out there, and it's not too far away, Maddie, as far as seeing some of the rain, unless you're already seeing some of that rain right now. Have you been hearing any sirens, by the way?
Yeah, James, we heard sirens just about 10 minutes ago. They went off for a few minutes and then they went off. But it is starting to get pretty wild out. So let me give you a look outside. So you can see some of that wind is blowing. You can see right under that light pole. I can't tell, is that rain? No. Yeah, it's a little bit of rain. But the wind is kind of pushing the car now. So we're getting a little bit of movement there. You can see there's some debris that's blowing. If I take you down there. So yeah, you can really see this wind is really going crazy right now, and it's only gonna keep picking up the next few minutes here as this storm fully hits us. Now we are safe where we are. We're totally fine. I'm out of focus, but that's okay. And you know, we're gonna keep an eye out and listen for these winds to pick up, this rain to get a little stronger, and we'll check in with you in a little bit, James.
All right, Maddie. It's a good place you are right now, being in the beast and such. But keep in mind, I know that you guys are located near a building itself, okay? So if there's any type of shaking going on, if you can actually make it to a safe place inside a more constructive building, that's a good thing, because we don't want that beast to be acting like a Tonka toy if you're talking about those type of winds that we may be talking about. Yeah, you can see some of the leaves over there are kind of flying around. Even in the distance as well, you can kind of see that kind of sheet of rain that is located just outside of Burlington. So all that is quickly making its way from south to north. And like I said, it looks like we got just rain going on, but with those eyes out there, we know that we've got some wind that is taking place as well with this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 8:30 from Keokuk, Burlington, and then points northward toward Washington. The key word we're watching here with this warning, destructive, mainly because of the estimated wind speeds that have been projected close to 80 miles an hour. We saw that in a report out of Henry County, Iowa, right near Mount Pleasant, of wind gusts of 77 miles an hour. So that's why we're really concerned about those storms as they make their way off to the north and east. And once again, these are the icons that we use. This is representing the actual wind gusts that have been going on. And there's that 77 mile an hour wind that was reported over in Westward. That is located in Henry County, Iowa. So that's an impressive wind gust that we're seeing here from that storm. And then going to Washington, Iowa, 74 mile an hour winds there as well. And that was actually reported by a spotter. Power poles are actually down over in Brighton, Iowa, just off to the west. So once again, that's kind of what we're worried about from those storms as they slowly begin to creep its way from southwest to northeast. And once again, impacting the Quad Cities, we may be talking about an estimated time, given that it's about, I believe it's about 8 o'clock right now, 8:05, maybe impacting the Quad Cities sometime a little bit after 9 o'clock or so. So, we got the track around here. Very good, Andrew. Love it. You've been, love it. 9:20 that we're kind of looking at maybe for the immediate Quad Cities, and we're kind of watching these storms down here that is located just east of Keokuk. So those are the storms that we're keeping an eye on, because these storms are kind of moving from in this kind of general direction, more from southwest to northeast or south to north. So that's what we're looking at. I haven't seen this in quite a while, but that icon just came up regarding probably a new warning that just came over the area, or do we have a new watch that has been issued?
So now it's a tornado watch. That's what we were waiting for Knox County. So Knox and Stark County, you are in a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Again, as we've been talking about, the threat's not going to last till 3. This watch that end time has to account everything here south of Chicago. But yeah, you've got a tornado watch now for Knox and Stark County that is in place. So we have filled in the rest of the counties. Everybody, most of us under that severe thunderstorm watch until 2, but these 2 counties right here, Storm Prediction Center, I guess, has seen enough data to suggest possibly an isolated tornado threat developing there.
Very much so, yeah. So everything's pretty much filled in and such. So even from the Storm Prediction Center, they're the ones that issue the watches, severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches, you name it. And that's what we are dealing with here. So, the concern here, they're suggesting that we could be talking about some brief spin-ups in areas from Galesburg toward Peoria and points south and east toward Bloomington, even around Springfield as well. So that's the big concern with those storms. And that's kind of what we've been hitting on, Andrew, as far as, the structure to produce any type of brief spin-ups that was going to be primarily well down to our south, where given the level of dew point temperatures that we have been noticing, that it would be more of a concern for when it comes to straight line winds across here.
Exactly. Yep. So that's the situation with the watches now that have filled in. Also want to tell you we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for a good chunk of Muscatine County, kind of filling in the rest of this line ahead of the immediate Quad Cities. Goes all the way up through Cedar County, includes a good chunk of Jones County, and then stretching down into parts of the rest of Muscatine County and into parts of Louisa County. Let's zoom in a little bit closer to get the details on that one. And it's another one with those solid lines indicating destructive. We're now at 80 mile per hour winds with that warning. So it appears the wind speed is increasing as that low-level jet is kicking in.
Yeah, and we've been noticing how that low-level jet has been, picking up a little bit. Even the Jet Max Aloft, too, has been picking up as well. So here we are in the nighttime hours, and if some people are thinking, well, there's no daylight to work with, there's not going to be enough convective energy to work with or anything kind of an increase in the dynamics, you're wrong, because we're kind of concerned about the winds aloft now making its way down to the surface. And those winds that Andrew just mentioned, that's our biggest concern here than anything else. And we're going to put a tracker on this with this part of the area under that severe thunderstorm warning, with the potential for seeing those type of winds. He's going to go and put this tracker on, and there it is. And we're going to move this box over just a little. I can move myself. Oh, there we go. Thank you. And as you can see, if everything holds together, if you're watching us in Muscatine, we're talking about 20 minutes from now. Sirens may be going off as well. Wapello just after, well, just about a minute or so for you. And then around Tipton at 8:44, Clarence, Iowa, around 8:53 that we're looking at for the possibility of those strong winds that may be taking place. I think we're getting a point right now too, Andrew, and we kind of talked about it in our severe weather special, which by the way, will be going on for a while on our 8+ app here. You know, when we talk about sirens and such, how some viewers get confused about, is that siren for a tornado? Or is that siren for winds, or is it a combination?
Exactly, yeah. In our case, it depends on where you live. Most oftentimes our siren policies are for a combination of everything. So I have a feeling, you know, when that warning, if we're going with the current trend right now, and that is we're seeing a lot more of these warnings with that destructive tag, you're going to hear the sirens go off likely as this approaches the immediate Quad Cities. If we get that destructive tag, probably even if we don't, you're going to hear the sirens go off. But we talked about that difference too with that destructive tag. It will trigger your phone, the EAS tone. So, you know, you can't default that to a tornado warning now. The EAS tone is actually also going to be activated for these destructive severe thunderstorm warnings because we're talking about winds of 80+ miles an hour, which can do some damage.
That's right. That's right. And you can see with that one warning, Muscatine just on the edge of that particular warning that we see right here. So that's what we're really concerned about with this particular line. You know, it's just really impressive when you see this, and it's like, that still doesn't look like much, but it's all about what we're getting that's been radar indicated about these winds coming from this part of the storm and quickly advancing its way off to the north and east. And once again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9 o'clock. That's another 50 minutes for parts of Muscatine, heading up into Cedar County, Johnson County, and points northward. Of course, here's the Quad Cities. Everything is still very quiet. We're not so much concerned about this activity out to the west that would be impacting the Quad Cities itself. We're concerned about this activity around Macomb and even making its way in parts of Henderson County in Illinois. Those are the storms that I think the Quad Cities needs to be concerned about. And it looks like they've already put out even some more warnings for this wave. And that looks really impressive that we see there. But given the radar loop, what do you think, guys? Andrew, Peter, you can jump on in here. This is kind of moving a bit more east than north.
Yeah, I think you're seeing more northeast movement, but that makes sense to me why the tornado watch was issued for Knox County. If you look at the radar presentation, especially ahead of that line, you can already see some of that notchiness being developed here. Now, granted, we're scanning really high into the storm at this point, but now I can kind of get some sense and some understanding as to why the tornado watch was issued for Knox County and down into near Peoria. Now, yeah, if you do, you know, some looking at this and you stare at the loop for a minute, it kind of looks like the worst may slide just south of much of Knox County, but if we can get more of a kind of northward push, which we've seen on some of these storms, it looks like we're heading right for Macomb with that particular feature there.
I think they put a PDS out for that, by the way.
Is that a PDS tornado watch?
Yes. In fact, Corey Marshall is one of our chasers. He's decided to hunker down in his place, but he just left me a note saying that there is a PDS out for that severe thunderstorm warning. That's the one I think located, it could be the one that's located maybe south of Macomb or so.
Perhaps this one here.
Let's see if that comes into play. But
we're going to get our query up here and we'll see considerable.
It says PDS.
Yeah, I'll have to go back into the text product because I'm not seeing it at least here right now.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Corey, he's a chaser, so I mean, he wouldn't kind of. He's pretty good at checking out some of that information. Bottom line is, I mean, we're talking about. I think it could be more near Beardstown that may be talking about, like you said, given that line that we're noticing that has some indentations in it, indicating maybe even a brief little spin up that may be taking place. But that is making its way more to the north and east. And if it continues that kind of direction, given the radar loop, it just may graze parts of Knox County. And maybe in areas, it's certainly got a beeline going for Peoria, possibly in the next hour and a half or so. So we'll see how that all takes place with that. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. Of course, north of that, it's been more wind and some rain that could very likely be kind of damaging as well. So that's kind of what we're definitely keeping an eye on. I'm going to go to Peter here. He's been certainly keeping an eye on some of the observations that have been going on, especially with some of the chasers, information from the National Weather Service. And Peter, what have you been keeping an eye on?
Just let's make sure my mic gets on here. Quick
Yes.
update for you guys out in the city of Burlington. Right, measured on the riverfront and Main Street out there in Des Moines County, a 75-mile-per-hour gust just came in.
Just outside of, just around Burlington itself?
Right in Main Street, it sounds like.
Okay, so basically in downtown?
Downtown, practically Burlington.
Wow, okay.
75-mile-per-hour gust was just reported here on our storm reports.
Once again, that was out of Burlington with 75-mile-an-hour winds out there. Hopefully Maddie is okay with that because she is definitely, she's in Burlington in the Beast right now, and hopefully she is doing fine. We'll finally, if we can take Burlington live, that would be just fine. They are starting to see some of that rain go on over there. Not too much shaking going on with the Beast, so that is some good news. So maybe that was kind of a wind speed that just missed where they are, but it's starting to see some rain out there, and certainly going to be seeing their fair share of it, but still worried about some of those winds that may be going on. But there's certainly areas along that line in parts of Des Moines County where we are getting those strong wind gusts, and there's that storm report that we're seeing here that was reported just around 8 o'clock or so, just about 15 minutes ago, that, as Peter just mentioned, right there in the riverfront and Main Street, that's kind of in downtown Burlington, with that wind gust of 75 miles an hour or so. Eventually, we're going to go to Jenna Webster, and I'm hoping that, Jenna, if you can eventually find out if there's any word about power outages that may be going on within that area. Of course, about an hour or so ago, Shelby mentioned that there was some power outages going on in Galesburg. That could very likely be because of those sustained winds ahead of these storms that may have turned out some of the lights out there. We haven't really gotten any details, specifics on that, but I'd like to see if we can get Jenna's microphone on, and maybe she can help us out on that.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the power outages right now. It looks like in the Burlington area, there are about 3 outages they're reporting, so about 100 customers are out of power there. In Galesburg, it looks like there's about 142 customers without service. And when it comes to Mid-American right now, they're looking at about 40 on the Iowa side of the Quad Cities and 72 on the Illinois side of the Quad Cities. But of course, out in Des Moines, where those storms were coming through earlier, they're close to 10,000 without power out in Des Moines right now. But those power outages are just starting to come in a little bit right now, so I'll update you guys as we go on that. Here's a look at Alliant Energy right now. I actually want to see if we can maybe refresh this because I think I'm seeing a little bit different on my end. On my screen right now is I'm seeing a couple power outages in the Burlington area right now that aren't showing up on this map. So that's kind of a look at where the power outages stand right now. Earlier, Burlington had a report of a tree down that was the cause of a power outage. But now that there's multiple power outages there, I can't see that on my end, that description anymore.
Okay. Okay, we're going to eventually take a pause here because what we're going to be doing here is we're going to go to network as well. We're going to still be on the 8+ app here, but we're also going to be going to network. For people who do not have the 8+ app, we're going to go to our network here and making sure that everyone realizes what is taking place. Team is with us right here. We also have Jenna Wester at the desk. We also have Maddie Franz, who is also in Burlington, and Joe Hammersham, who has been doing some work around the Quad Cities, even making his way around Milan when it comes to this line of storms that continues to make his way from southwest to northeast. Anytime you see this little icon pop up, it means we have a brand new warning that has popped up across the area. And with me right now, we got Peter, of course, in the Weather Center. We also have Andrew Stusky over at the weather desk. We're going to go to Andrew first because, once again, we're getting kind of that, not only do we have a warning here, but we have that kind of shade effect as well. And this does include the immediate Quad Cities.
That's right, yeah. New severe thunderstorm warning just popping up for the immediate Quad Cities as we come on air with you here. And we're continuing to see the wind ramp up. As we told you in the last few minutes, we've had a 75+ mile-per-hour wind gust along the riverfront in Burlington. That severe thunderstorm warning for that part of the region is tracking for 80-mile-an-hour winds. And that's the same structure of storms that's coming up in our direction here in the Quad Cities. So right now we're at 70-mile-per-hour winds with our warning, but we've already experienced 70+ down here to the southwest where the storms are coming from. What we've been talking about on the 8+ app is the radar presentation. You don't see reds, you don't see pinks or purples, and you're thinking to yourself, well, it looks like just rain. This is not driven like a typical severe thunderstorm event that we would track here. There's a lot of wind in the atmosphere that's coming through that's driving these very strong bands of wind as these rain and embedded thunderstorms move through. So that's why we're taking all of these warnings very, very seriously, especially when we're already seeing winds ramp up to 75+ miles an hour heading right for us here in the Quad Cities. So we've got that warning. You can see it goes from Roseville, Keithsburg, just west of Galesburg. Knox County, you're not in this yet, but you will be shortly here as this gets expanded eastward, right on through all of Mercer County, practically, much of Rock Island County, including, yes, the immediate Quad Cities metro. We're cutting this off at about Eldridge and Pleasant Valley, but everyone who is in that warning I just mentioned until 9:15, we are preparing you for some 70, perhaps higher mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we've already seen those to the southwest with this band of storms that has blown through Burlington.
And given the fact that we're talking about this warning going on around 9:15, that's kind of indicating the northern fringe of this warning itself. So if you look at it, pretty much where the immediate Quad Cities is, points westward toward Muscatine. We're talking between maybe 9 and 9:15 for that wind event to make its way across here. So keep in mind, ever since yesterday, we've been kind of making that prediction as to the arrival of these storms, and it looks like that's going to hold true for the immediate Quad Cities, looking at just around 9 or even 9:15. So that's pretty good as far as the estimates that we've been getting from our radar system alone. Now, just not only the immediate Quad Cities that we're looking at for that line of storms to make its way through here, but we're also looking at around Geneseo at around 9:20, DeWitt around 9:30, and if it does hold together, we may be talking about Clinton. Your sirens may be going off around close to 9:40 with those strong winds that may be coming in your way from southwest to northeast. Of course, we've been keeping an eye over in Burlington. Like I said, we're seeing on the radar some rain. What we can't see on the radar right here is the wind. But that's why we have eyes out there. Maddie Franz has been in Burlington for the past number of hours. She's been encountering some of the strong winds that have been going on, a little bit of debris that's been flying on around as well. And now they're getting some pretty good rain. But let's get those eyes out there with Maddie Franz. She is actually in the beast to give us the latest information. Hey, Maddie, how you doing?
Hey, James. Yeah, we're camped out right now underneath the Casey's awning just to take a little shelter from some of those strong winds. Had to jump inside for a second, and yeah, they're blowing pretty good still. The roads are soaked right now. Let me get you a look outside. Now, I don't know how easy it's going to be to see, but this Phillips sign across the street has been shaking in all of these winds. Let's take a closer look there. Sorry about the flashing. I don't know what that is. But yeah, that sign, and when some of the stronger winds are coming through, it has been shaking back and forth. Now you can still see some of the rain still coming down, some of this wind still blowing. It seems like it's subsided a little bit right now. So we're going to stick right here. We're going to stay, safe as we can. If it gets really bad, then we'll duck inside. Now we've got our plan. So for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Maddie, thank you very much. It's really about that rush of wind that comes on first, and then it kind of subsides a little bit. But we're really concerned about that rush of wind. Okay, and so that's what we did have a report out of Burlington of a wind gust around, 70, we're going to find out right here. We got some icons right now here. We had a wind gust about 62 miles an hour, but there's that wind gust that was measured actually in on the riverfront there in Burlington at 75 miles an hour. Okay, and that could cause some brief power outages that actually have been reported out in Burlington because of those particular winds. And those are the same winds that could very likely impact areas even north of that for areas around northern Henderson County, but also extending even farther northward right toward the Quad Cities itself. So there's the information that we see right there with those thunderstorm wind gusts that was measured. This is official over in Burlington with that wind gust of 75 miles an hour, and even just outside of town had those wind gusts over 60 miles an hour or so. All eyes are going to be focused from those that shield of activity that we're noticing to our south and west. You can see the amount of polygons that we see here. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. It's just the level of these warnings that we're concerned about with those storms that continue to make their way from south to north. Some of these are more the considerable levels of maybe damage that could potentially take place with maybe winds around 70 miles an hour, but some of those could be destructive. And that's when we talk about wind speeds around 80 miles an hour. That's the possibility with the warnings that we're seeing in parts of Louisa County and points northward toward even Iowa City as well. So depending on where you are with these warnings to determine the level of damage that could potentially take place across the area. So we're going to do this. We're going to go. Everything's pretty quiet. You can see around the Quad Cities. We're going to go to Joe Hammersham. He is actually in Milan right now. And of course, all quiet, but I think those winds are kind of starting to pick up a bit more, and it won't be long, Joe, you start seeing some of that rain and maybe even a stronger rush of wind to go with it as well. Joe?
You know what, James, you say that it's quiet, and that's because a few minutes ago we had sirens that were going off here to let people know, hey, it's starting to get a little bit serious. I mean, the wind has been blowing in. Everything, it almost felt like, was blowing. There were signs, there were bushes, a little bit of everything. You got people still trying to make their way home right now as we're looking at the Rock Island Milan Parkway. But yeah, right now, I mean, it's quiet for the moment, but like I said, sirens had just went off, probably going on for like 3 minutes or so. I mean, they were really trying to let people know that it's time to start hunkering down and getting ready to go. But yes, we're seeing people head home and take these weather advisories very seriously, James.
Hello. Sure, yeah, we'll take over here for a second while we get our batteries switched out there. Let's go to the velocity data, because now that this is starting to come closer to the Quad Cities, we are now starting to get some velocity readings in terms of what are the wind speeds that are occurring within these storms. And we've seen, as I've been clicking around here, we've seen some 60, we've seen some 66. I did see a 69 mile per hour estimated wind speed with some of these storms earlier. So quite an impressive band of wind that's going to be moving through. I'm going to peel that off, because what we're looking for is we're looking for an area of really bright green, and you're seeing that right here along the leading edge of that storm, and it's just about ready to get into Wapello and right on the outer edge of the west area of Aledo here. So this, it looks like, is where the corridor of strongest winds is right now, just south of Wapello, and that's heading right for Muscatine here shortly.
So if you're watching us in Muscatine, you know, make sure that you are hunkered down, you're in your safe place. This is a very serious situation. Serious situation that is actually taking place across our area. So be on the lookout for that. And let's see, Andrew, why don't you go ahead and take it back, because I think maybe I'm having him more problems with my microphone.
Sure, yeah, we'll get those straightened out there. But again, I'll go back to the reflectivity so you can take a look at the warnings, what we've got going on right now, so we can see what's going on with the actual warnings. Again, we see a lot of these stripes within the polygons, which is indicating those are severe thunderstorm warnings for winds of either 70 or 80 miles an hour. And all of our polygons right now across all of our warnings have those stripes in them, indicating that yes, all of this is going to contain some very strong damaging winds. Again, the radar doesn't look impressive. Today's not about looking at the reds and the yellows and the pinks and purples. Today, it's all about the wind. This is a wind-driven event. It is not being driven by storm energy like it would typically be as we get a little bit later into the month of March and into the rest of the warmer season. So that's why this is misleading. You may be looking at your Storm Track radar on the app and saying, oh my goodness, this looks like just rain coming in, but it's
Right.
the wind that's kind of that hidden danger within the rain band.
You know, it's kind of interesting too how every severe weather event that we have done together, Andrew, is always something a little bit different.
Yeah.
That we kind of have to explain to people because they're so used to seeing a radar that may have a lot of red and a lot of lightning with it, especially when it's really condensed, and that's kind of where the severe weather is. But that is certainly a lot different than what we're seeing on the radar here, because in this case, yeah, it's raining, but this rain is being powered by some of the strong winds that are actually coming down from the storm itself. Now, what really sticks out is this area of activity that we see just south and west of Macomb. And you can see some of the intense rains going on and some nice lightning, but also we're maybe noticing maybe some little couplets that may be taking place, particularly just west of Macomb, that we could be dealing with. There could be a little bit of a swirl that's going there, a little bit of a twist that may be maybe some type of circulation that could be taking place. But this is some of the couplets that we've been kind of hinting on that would be taking place well south of the Quad Cities, and we're kind of seeing that right there. I think that's a good description. What do you think there, Andrew? That's kind of what we're seeing with that little couplet.
Yeah, coming in right west. There. Yeah, looking at some of that data there, right just west of Macomb.
So you know what? It would be interesting if that is the case. Let's kind of bring this down a little bit more, and then let's try and put a tracker right there, because if that continues on that same pace, then yeah, we're talking about around in Warren County, around Roseville, even near Monmouth itself. So here's a tracker that we have. And once again, that's what we do here, folks. We track storms. And you can see how if it does continue that path, that we do see a little couplet here, maybe a little burst of some wind. It will be impacting places like around Roseville at about 8:50. That's about 20 minutes from now. A little farther northward, that's Monmouth right there. That's just after 9 o'clock. And then it's going to be pretty close around Galesburg. If it shifts a little bit more to the east, we may be talking around maybe 10 minutes after 9. So that's kind of something we'll keep an eye on when it comes to that part of the storm. But that is certainly the most notable thing we see in the radar. Okay, it does have some wind with it at that, but keep in mind all the activity that we see even farther to the north is also creating a lot of wind as well. And that is why we're seeing all these warnings pop up. So can't stress enough here. And we're going to keep repeating on this. That is just not the rain that we're dealing with. It's the information that we're getting with the wind structure aloft that is coming down to the surface. And that's why we're dealing with all these warnings that are going on. So for the immediate Quad Cities, if you're just joining us, we're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until about 9:15. And given the structure of this polygon that we see here on the northern extent, that's likely what we're kind of talking about maybe after 9:15 for parts of the immediate Quad Cities, including parts of Muscatine County around Muscatine itself. And there's the velocity that we're seeing from that as well. Speaking of Muscatine, there's a camera from downtown Muscatine itself, right there along the river itself, right there on River Drive. And it has been doing a little bit of shaking, at least before we threw this camera up there, indicating some of the winds that are kind of slowly picking up. All dry that we see in Muscatine, but that's going to be changing here within the hour as this storm continues to make its way from south to north. And once again, this is kind of more of a windstorm that we're dealing with, as well as some of that rain. And that's the wind that we're looking at right here. Now, it's really hard to tell, but when we put the algorithms on this, when it comes to the velocity, it's indicating that the winds could be close to 70 miles an hour. And this part of the storm has had a history of producing those type of winds, okay? Especially in areas to our south. So that's why we're concerned about those same winds impacting areas like around Muscatine within the hour or so. Andrew is putting a tracker on this. And as we put that tracker for our friends in Muscatine, we're talking about maybe 10 till 9 for that part of the storm to make its way across the area. Those strong winds, I should say, to impact the town of Muscatine. If it still holds together, our friends in Wilton may be impacted by those same winds sometime right around 9 o'clock or so. So it's always good to have that kind of velocity mode in place. And Andrew, if you can kind of explain to us too, when we bring up the shear part of it, I always get this once in a while. Why did you say gate to gate shear? What does that actually mean to the average viewer?
So what that number represents is what we're seeing in terms of a difference of wind speeds coming near the radar, toward the radar, and wind speeds going away from the radar. The larger that gate to gate shear number is, the more worried we're about a potential tornadic situation. But you see it's really low. It's only about 2 to 12 as the radar is looping here. So we're not worried about spin right now. That's a low number. If that thing were to jump in the well into the teens, the 20s and 30s, then we talk about a tornadic situation. But the velocity, negative 66, means the radar is measuring 66 mile per hour wind gusts heading toward the radar, not away. That's why there's a negative symbol on there. But really interesting to watch this. In fact, I think Peter can confirm this if he's looking at storm reports. I think we just got another 70 plus mile per hour wind report. It looks like potentially out of Kingston, which is southeast of Mediapolis and northwest of Aquaca. Just got that in, it looks like. Are you seeing that, Peter?
Yes, Andrew. Let's see.
And we can go to max one, too,
Yeah, if we
to
take
verify
max
that.
one, I can pull these up for you guys. We saw just outside of Mediapolis again a 77 mile per hour gust here just 10 minutes ago. If we take a look further towards Burlington, we've told you about this one, a 75 mile per hour gust right near downtown, right near the river. At the airport, we saw a 62 mile per gust. Now that actually just jumped up to, that's at 75, that same one we saw earlier. When we go towards Mount Pleasant, we've seen gusts upwards of that 70 mark here as well with the system. 75 miles per hour in Westwood, just outside of Mount Pleasant. Now, I want to show you guys this one in Washington. It's just outside the viewing area, but there was a roof on a turkey house that blew over, knocked over some power lines, and some of those poles for those power lines actually caught on fire with that damage there. So that's something to really keep an eye on. That was just about, I'd say, 20, 30 minutes ago we saw that report come in.
And I think if Peter, if you move your graphics a little bit more down, that's just south of Iowa City.
Just south of Iowa City.
Yeah, so we got to be concerned about those kind of winds that may be heading toward Iowa City itself, if not already there. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Nice job there, Peter, on getting those updated numbers when it comes to those wind speeds. Yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
And just coming in from the National Weather Service in the Quad Cities, this is in Blandonsville, which is in northern McDonough County. That would be north of Macomb. 81 mile per hour.
Wow.
Just coming in with this line of storms here north of Macomb. So we're continuing to get those higher winds. I think this is the first 80.
Yes.
Confirmed 80 plus mile per hour wind report.
Yes, and I think that could be the polygon that has the destructive level on there.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
So likely in those areas, their phones are actually going off with the concern of maybe some destructive damage when you're dealing with that kind of wind. What's interesting is once these intense winds take over, in just less than a minute or two, things begin to kind of ease up a bit.
Yeah.
You know, but keep in mind, you know, we're going to be eventually dealing with the backside of the system sometime after midnight to about 1 a.m. And we'll start seeing those winds become a little gusty again, but ranging between like 30 or 40 miles an hour. That is not going to change as we go through at least the first half of the day tomorrow. And you can see some of those winds that are going on. And for people in the booth, can you tell me where we're dealing with this is over in Milan, and the winds they weren't all too bad just about maybe 15 minutes ago or so, but now those winds are starting to pick up in advance of that activity that we've been noticing just south and west of the Quad Cities. So that's kind of what we're a bit concerned about as these storms continue to make its way off to the north. We mentioned briefly about that line of wind that is just south of Muscatine. We're definitely keeping an eye on that. And of course, we're keeping an eye on those storms just east of the river that continue to advance its way northward. So that's why we have these severe thunderstorm warnings out for areas around the immediate Quad Cities and points southward. We're still looking at maybe those storms arriving around the immediate Quad Cities sometime after 9 o'clock, 9:15. That is still on track as we make our way into the next, I would say, 45 minutes or so. So this is on our velocity mode. And once again, a little bit of a challenge as far as finding where those wind maxes are, those intense winds that are taking place. But given the knowledge that we have with our algorithms here, we got to get a good idea as far as how strong those winds are. And you can see from our velocity mode here is indicating maybe winds estimating around 73 miles an hour just between Macomb and Roseville, and continues to make his way off to the north, kind of watching that little notch right here, possibly maybe a little bit of a turn in those winds, something we'll keep an eye on. I just noticed the little icon came up in our lower left-hand corner, which indicates maybe a new possible warning.
Yes, so what they've done is they've gone ahead and put out a new warning for the same area, but they have upped the winds to 80 miles an hour. This is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Hancock, Warren, Henderson, Mercer, and McDonough counties. That will continue to go. As we zoom in a little bit closer here, we'll pull up the details on the screen. Again, we're reissuing that to up the wind speeds, but there we go. That will go until 9 o'clock, so 20 more minutes on that. And it doesn't show it in the tag right now, but in the newest data that just came out from the National Weather Service, sometimes it takes a second to update that tag information. They do now have winds up to 80 miles an hour with that particular storm. And we've been watching on the velocity data that we just showed you some of the strongest winds north of Macomb. It's kind of in an arc. Stretching from just north of Industry all the way back to just southwest of Roseville. So I'll put a tracker on kind of that arc of where the strongest winds are currently at according to our velocity data. This is moving north-northeast, so this is going to become a concern shortly for those of you that are in Knoxville, in Galesburg, right along I-74 in Knox County. That wall of wind that we've already had confirmed reports, by the way, north of Macomb of 81 mile per hour wind gusts, that is heading in your direction. So Knox County, I think we're really going to be ramping up our level of worry here for you very shortly as these winds come in. And there you can see some of the times of arrival, 8:57 for those strong winds at Monmouth, and then Little York about 9. So I would say, you know, looking at this timing, you're probably looking at Knox County as we approach the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, very much so. So that's where the big concern is going to be as we make our way during that time period. So yeah, nice job on that, Andrew. Of course, this is our reflectivity mode, showing where the rain is, showing where the lightning is taking place. In some cases, we can actually find those little notches that may be going on. But in these situations, and given the situation, I should say, for this evening, as it's been all about the wind, and that's why once in a while we go to our velocity mode and kind of look for that gate-to-gate shear. We look for that, the actual winds themselves, and that really helps us out as far as what this part of the storm is actually doing. So that's the nice thing about it is when we go to that mode when it comes to the winds, and that's how it all takes place. And you can see actually where those strong winds are actually taking place. It looks like right around here. Right, Andrew, would you say?
Yep. Kind of a band stretching right up from northwest to southeast.
And a nice little notch that we see just north of Macomb as well. So that can be an indication of those intense winds that could very likely make its way from south to north. So right now around Media Quad City is all quiet, but we're really watching this wave as it continues to make its way from south to north. So keep in mind, when you're dealing with that kind of wind, that can certainly cause some power outages across the area. That's the biggest concern that we have with these winds. More importantly, too, we want to make sure that we're not going to be seeing anything too destructive, especially when it comes to any type of tree damage. But when you're dealing with that kind of a wind, that's something to be concerned about. Now, this is... what kind of mode are we in here?
So right now we're back in velocity. We're just seeing a little bit of potential of some broader rotation. This is where that notch was.
Yes, yes.
On reflectivity. The data not looking too impressive, but something to keep an eye on. I'll put it back to reflectivity, and you can see there's a little bit of some notchiness trying to go on with that storm there. Worth watching as it gets into Roseville here shortly.
So until then, though, we once again will continue to stress the fact that these storms that we see in these polygons are indicating some very strong winds that are coming down from the storm itself. And once again, that's always a concern, especially with the levels that we've been dealing with these storms. I mean, we've been seeing a few base, but also considerable levels of damage that could potentially take place. And some of these polygons that we show are now even indicating the possibility of maybe destructive winds of around 80 miles an hour or so. There's the town of Muscatine. There is the velocity mode that we're dealing with, just under 60 miles an hour or so. That's good because we need those levels to be even higher to even cause some minimal damage. Let's put it that way. So maybe maybe that band that we just showed you south of Muscatine may be taking a little bit of inch off its intensity a little bit. So that may be some good news. Of course, we'll get some reports out of Muscatine when that wave comes through, but it's kind of right there where we're dealing with that wind just outside of Muscatine as it continues to make its way off toward the north itself. Kind of a bit of a challenge that we're dealing with here in areas that we go around. Where did you just put that dot area?
So I'm going to have to zoom in a little bit.
Go right
more,
ahead, please do.
Get in the finer details. So this would be, I think, just east of Muscatine, where we're seeing a little bit more of the higher wind speeds. Let me see if I can pull that up again. Yeah, there's a little bit more of a higher wind speed east of town.
Okay.
So it's becoming a little more scattered, it looks like.
Right.
Not as solid as that line that was earlier. But still, yeah, that's why the considerable tag has been added to that severe thunderstorm warning, because you're going to get some of those scattered embedded gusts in here that are going to go potentially close to 70, if not higher.
And what's really nice too, Andrew, is that when we relate this to past events, when it comes to finding out some of this velocity, and then going with past history, it's been pretty accurate, pretty consistent as far as what actually the winds did take place compared to what we've been noticing on our velocity mode here. So that is where you have to be extra concerned when we show you these numbers. We're not kidding when it comes to those strength of winds coming down from these storms that are taking place. Of course, we're making our way around Warren County. There's Monmouth and Roseville. Likely around Monmouth, you're starting to get some of those winds that may be popping up. You may be hearing some of those sirens that may be going off as well. Some of the velocity we're getting out of that may be close to 70 miles an hour. Was that and 75 miles an hour. Is that just outside of Monmouth or near Galesburg?
Looks like that's just outside of Monmouth.
Just outside of Monmouth.
Oh
my goodness. It's picked up to 93 miles an hour. It's been kind of going back and forth here.
Yeah, I think it's getting a couple different of those scattered pockets of those heavier winds in there.
That's really impressive. You know, I want to do this too. I want to eventually go to Jenna Webster here when it comes to any power outages that may have been going on in areas just south and west of the Quad Cities. What do you got there, Jenna?
James, I've been looking at the Burlington area, especially because if you were with us on our app, just in the last 20 minutes or so, there was about 150 people there without power. That has now more than doubled, nearly 400 people in the Burlington area without power. You can actually see this is the screen that I'm looking at right now. So this is that area right here in Burlington. If you can see my mouse right here, it's kind of where we're looking at those power outages. The other place I've been looking at on Ameren with the Macomb area, because we've been talking about some of the wind speeds there. I'm not seeing a ton reported in Macomb right now. This is going to be one customer without power. But between Keokuk and Macomb right now, there are well over 1,000 people without customers there, about 1,300, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely some power outages will be a big concern. Again, the only positive is that we haven't leafed out the trees yet. So I think this would be a much more widespread power outage if that were the case. So at least we have some of that going on. I believe we've got some more ground truth we can get, one of our chasers.
Yes,
that may be
and available. Is this, let me take a guess. I'm going to say is it Corey Marshall?
Yes, it is.
It is,
Nice.
okay. We got Corey on the line here. Corey Marshall has been a veteran chaser for many years. Once again, I'll say again that Andrew and I are very jealous that we have not gone on a chase scene with him.
I know.
But
Oh
he's been very good, very accurate as to where to be when it comes to these storms. Why don't you, let's see, Corey, you've been doing some traveling here and there. Where's your location and what have you been seeing on your side?
Right now I'm actually in Lewistown, so I'm just outside of your viewing area. It just started lightning within the last 20 minutes. The wind's really starting to pick up a little bit. Like you said, I have noted that there has been a little bit of rotation by Macomb, so I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. I have noticed there's been a little bit of rotation just south of Macomb as well.
Yeah, you'll be keeping an eye on this too when it comes to this severe weather event, and certainly keeping an eye on the structure. Any surprise on your side of what has been taking place so far?
Not yet anyway. I'm just surprised at how windy it is well ahead of these thunderstorms. I've seen a couple trees and been blown over earlier today.
All right, Corey, and we just noticed that I think it's just maybe north of you that we now have a tornado warning out for places around Macomb and Industry. Lewistown, I think, is a little bit more south of that, correct?
There it is.
There's east of you guys.
Yeah, Lewistown's a little bit more southeast of it. I mean, it's almost due east of Macomb, but yeah, I do see the tornado warning now.
Okay, all right. All right, Corey, thank you so much for your information. We really appreciate it. Of course, we'll probably get back with you maybe even a little bit later on that. But thank you, Corey, on that. One of our veteran chasers here in the Quad Cities. We've had a great relationship with him for many, many years, and he continues to provide us with those eyes out there, what he's been seeing in his local area. But he's been kind of hunkering down in Lewiston. It's a kind of a dangerous situation to go out there and do any chasing, given the fact it's so dark out there. And when you're dealing with a situation with a lot of wind, that's even more of a challenge as well. So here's a brand new tornado warning that is out for Western Illinois University, right there in Macomb, for that possible tornado. We've been kind of keeping an eye on some of the couplets that have been coming down from near Roseville all the way into about Macomb itself. So let's see, right now, I'm going to give it right back to Andrew here, because are we talking about, I think, just south of here, right? Is that I'm getting a little confused here on the shearing that is taking place. Why don't you help us out on that?
Yeah, we're so far away from the radar that it's getting a little difficult. So there's the Lincoln radar. I'm going to try and switch it back to the Quad Cities just for the sake of the color table.
Sure.
And I think you are looking at maybe two different areas. You've got one perhaps near Industry, north of Industry, and then you've got another one just north of Macomb here, kind of west of Bushnell. And if you track that in, you're going to go right near Avon eventually, and then if it holds together, you're going to go into southwestern Knox County. It's almost so far away from the radar, you got to look at the reflectivity to almost see what's going on. So there may be two different areas of rotation in there, it looks like.
I think because it just came out, this warning just came out, I wonder if they're really focused on the rotation that may be taking place between Macomb and Industry.
That's what I think it is too, yeah. Looking at the reflectivity, that's kind of where my eyes are drawn to, because again, it's hard to see in the velocity. There's a little bit better picture.
Yeah.
As the radar kind of switch in and out of modes, you can see, definitely near Industry, just to the north of Industry, it looks like.
Right.
Is that what you're seeing too?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what we're looking at as far as some type of circulation that may be taking place. But I think we can't really ignore, and I think you brought up a good point, I think we can't ignore maybe something that may be just even north of Macomb as well. So we could be talking about two situations, but out of the two, I think that's the one that really appears to make more sense, because we're talking about these raindrops moving in this direction. We're talking about this green, these raindrops moving in that direction. So right there on 67 is where we're very likely seeing radar indicated a tornado that continues to make his way off to the north and east. So once again, we were kind of hinting that if we're going to be seeing any type of a spin up, it would be more south of the Quad Cities. We just don't have the right dew point temperatures to produce what we call surface-based thunderstorms to create that likelihood of seeing any tornadoes, especially strong ones. Most of that has been primarily down to the south of us, and sure enough, that has really been coming into play here as far as that part of the circulation that is taking place. So we have friends out in Avon around 9:12. We're looking at for that part of the circulation to make his way in your hometown. So that's about just over 20 minutes or so from now that this particular storm will be impacting you. And as it continues to make his way off to the north and east, our friends in Bushnell also may be seeing this storm in just over 10 minutes or so as that continues to make his way off to the north. What's the wind, the speed on these storms that we're dealing with?
Yeah, we can pull up the gate-to-gate shear, about 10 miles an hour. Again, we're so far away from the radar, it's getting hard to get some good measurements in here. But certainly there will be some strong winds that's coming through this. Yeah, just trying to poke around at some of the bright colors. Again, getting really high into the storm, it's hard to see. But there's definitely some shear in there, broad rotation.
Especially when we saw it around 10 or so, that's kind of a nice indication as well. But yeah, you can even see by the regular velocity mode here, this is what we're looking at, the indentations that we're noticing here. So this could be some good wind that is coming down, where in between, we may be talking about a little brief spin up, a little notch that may be taking place maybe just near Macomb itself. itself, maybe just south of Roseville as well. And once again, these storms continue to make their way off to the north and east. So it may graze parts of Knox County there, maybe around Galesburg. So if you're watching us in Galesburg, hopefully you're going to heed that warning, because if it's not spinning, it's certainly producing some pretty strong winds. And as Andrew makes his way across the area from Warren County into Knox County, you can see how those winds are really excessive, maybe estimating around 75 miles an hour on those wind gusts alone. So that's the big concern that we have with those storms. And right now we're putting a tracker on that wave. And if it continues so after 9 o'clock, expected around Galesburg to even around Knoxville as well.
Yeah, and I think we want to go to Peter Warner if we can pull up Max 1 as well. Some of the stronger winds are now just sitting south of the Quad Cities Metro. So we're going to take our view of the velocity data a little bit further to the north. And Peter, if you can kind of explain to us some of the wind values that you're seeing here.
Yeah, so when we're looking at this, Andrew, what I'm really keeping an eye on, look at these little bright pockets of color just near Coyne Center right now. Let's take a inquiry here on these numbers. Velocity, 103 miles per hour popping up here just to the north of Coyne Center right now. Let's take a look further over to the west here. Another 112 mile per hour potential velocity there with the system. In this little pockets of areas, you're going to be seeing these strong gusts making their way through this velocity again, jumping between from 58 miles per hour. See if we can get this teal one to pop up. These numbers still looking into being those mid 50s. Oh, these numbers just changed on us, but that velocity, we saw some potential there, up to almost 90 to 100 miles per hour here with this indicated here on the radar with that wind speed toward it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, some of these numbers that the velocity will pick up, especially those more extreme numbers, are still up in the clouds. But there's the potential now that this low-level jet is going that we're going to see some of those winds really begin to crank up. We could see a couple more 80-mile-per-hour winds arrive. I do believe we've got Maddie Franz still in the Beast in and around the Burlington area, kind of giving us a live look at what's going on there. Do we have Maddie with us that she can hear us? Maddie, are you able to hear us? We may not have Maddie with us, but we do have her live feed there. Oh, there we go. Now we've got Maddie.
I am trying so hard right now.
That's okay, Maddie. Yep, we know there's a lot going on. Hey. If you can hear me, let me know and just let us know what you're seeing now.
Go ahead, Maddie.
Okay. Oh. There it goes. I'm having trouble with my headphones. Very sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay if you can tell us what you're seeing.
It seems like you're traveling on 34 right now, heading off to the east. Is that correct?
Yep, we're just getting onto the Burlington Bridge there.
Yeah, there's the bridge right there. Okay, now we know where you are.
And there it is. Yeah, it rains pretty heavy still. We're heading up to Aledo right now. Just to kind of keep pace a little bit. It was getting a little bit quieter out in Burlington itself. You know, this wind seemed to start to die down. You can see, you know, in this, like reflected in the light, all of this crazy rain that's still going on though.
It almost seems too, Maddie, that you're dealing with some pretty good wind out there. I've been noticing how it's kind of shaking a little bit there. Are you still dealing with some pretty decent wind?
Wind seems to be a little bit less, but you know, far as we can see, you know, the rain's still being pushed to the side. So let me get some wipers on there. Yeah, so we're heading out to Aledo, and we'll be there in about an hour. So we will, right now we're going to send it back to you guys, but we'll be available
I think we just lost
to
the
give you a look at
connection
the road.
Still got it. Now we're good. Now we're back.
Okay.
We're back on with James. We'll
okay. All right. We'll get back to Maddie here in just a little bit. Once again, it's always good to have those eyes out there to give us an idea what's taking place, only because there's only so much we can see on the radar. So that's a good thing that we have. But look at all the polygons that we're seeing popping up here. The yellow ones indicating severe thunderstorm warnings. The red that we see just around Macomb, that's indicating a tornado warning. That is until 9:15, but also the polygon that we see making its way through pretty much all of Mercer County, parts of Henderson, Warren, Rock Island, going into parts of Muscatine, even Scott County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until about 9:15. And you can see it does bisect the immediate Quad Cities as well, where we have the potential of maybe seeing those wind speeds, those gusts, coming down from the storm itself, maybe around 70 miles an hour. So that's considered a considerable damage event that could potentially take place given those winds that are coming from the south and pushing their way northward. Our little icon here indicating that a new severe thunderstorm warning has popped up, or possibly even an updated severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I'm looking at my radar product in front of me. I do see the new warning appears to now include Knox County, and that's going to go until 10 o'clock. That has been tagged considerable, meaning winds up to, perhaps briefly exceeding 70 miles an hour. So we'll put the velocity presentation back on here for you, and we'll go through that really quickly. And then I want to do some more updates and some more tracking closer to the Quad Cities Metro for areas that are north of Interstate 80. We have not forgotten about you. We're concentrating, of course, on the strongest storms right now, but we'll get you a recap here. So again, the radar doesn't look impressive right now, but a reminder that this activity, including that tornado warning storm near Bushnell, is heading right in your direction for about the southern, I'd say southwest third or fourth of the county here. That's going to be heading your way. So let me go back to the velocity data, and you can see it is a wall of wind where we have these brighter greens right through here. That's where your strongest winds are currently occurring, and that wall of wind is moving its way north and east. So we'll go ahead and put the tracker on it, show you when it's going to be arriving. More kind of a northward jaunt, but either way, there's the time of arrival. So we've got Monmouth at about 9, Abington 9:09, Alexis at 9:11, 9:15 for Galesburg, and a very similar timing for Knoxville in that too, and then into Watauga. So that's new, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock for Knox County. We'll continue as well to watch that ongoing tornado warning that is ongoing right now to your southwest. It also looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued as well. We'll see if that'll pop up on our radar here very shortly. Lots of polygons going on, though. These are filling in quickly, but that quick update for the winds north of the Quad Cities, as we were looking at the velocity there, we're still seeing some of those higher velocity values where we've got these lighter greens sitting just south of the metro. That's where Peter poked around there a little while ago, and we saw gusts of 70 plus miles an hour. We think that is still very much the case. That line is continuing to move to the north. Has no warnings right now for northern Scott County, by the way, and nothing for Clinton or Jackson County unless you're in northwest Jackson County. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. But we think that polygon, especially north of the Quad Cities, is going to start filling in here shortly as that line begins to move in.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense too, and that will be being just minutes away, I would say, given the fact that right now it's 9 o'clock. And we're talking about those winds now just south and west of the Quad Cities itself. So very likely, given those the shear that we've been noticing within this part of the storm, will very likely extend maybe even farther northward throughout the rest of Scott County, probably going to Clinton, even around Jackson County. We'll very likely see these extend even farther northward. And so that will probably cover this particular area, possibly as we go from maybe 9:15 to even around 10, I would think, given the speed that we're noticing with those storms moving at a good clip, about, 60, it's probably 70 miles an hour or so. So keep this in mind. We're talking about these storms that are, moving at that kind of rate, and then you have to combine that with the downdraft of those storms. So it's kind of like a little math problem here, and when we add it up, we can see those gusts making its way across the area. So here is the latest tracker that we have with those storms now just south and west of the Quad Cities. So around Maquoketa, we're talking about 9:30, Clinton around 9:40, and Savannah close to 10 o'clock. Which makes a lot of sense, even though we don't have the polygon up there as of yet, the yellow polygon that will indicate likely a severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, we're in that velocity mode here and kind of going to get an indication as far as how those winds are behaving. You can almost see a little bit of that brighter green, little speckled here and there, very rigid, I would say. That's indicating maybe those strong wind gusts. And even right here, we're noticing a pretty strong funnel of some winds that may be approaching severe limits, which is around 58 miles an hour or even larger. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We've certainly been getting those numbers, that velocity, pretty close to that, which is just enough to actually produce some type of maybe just at least some minor damage, okay? So that's kind of what we're noticing here as Andrew continues to make his way across the area. Of course, we're really concerned about this definition that we see here, and that's certainly indicating some of those very strong winds that are coming down as well. So that helps us out as far as determining where those intense winds are actually taking place, over 64 miles an hour, 73 miles an hour, and this is all just from Monmouth, east of Monmouth, to about Avon, close to 80 miles an hour. And that all is making its way toward Knox County itself. So once again, Galesburg, Williamsfield, Knoxville. Let's not forget our friends in northern Knox County, which we call Rova country, right? Rova country, that's northern Knox County. You're gonna be under the gun with those strong winds. And yet, very well defined. If we actually go right back to that, that's really well defined as far as seeing those winds as they make their way from southwest to around northeast. Yeah, I like that a lot. There you go. And that's indicating those strong winds that could reach maybe upwards of 70 miles an hour. I'm not worried about the hail. We just don't have the right structure. Would you say, Andrew, when it comes to hail, it's really more about that wind that we're really concerned about as it makes its way off to the north and east.
Exactly. The storms are moving way too quickly to get any kind of substantial and sizable effective hail to come out of these. So this is all of a wind maker, and there's your time of arrival, by the way, as it goes into Knox. You got Abington 9:09, Galesburg 9:15, Woodhull 9:26, Galva at 9:41. And don't forget, we're also tracking that active tornado warning that is southwest of Knox County as well. So lots that we're continuing to track, lots going on. And of course, we still have our crews in the field. We checked in with Maddie earlier around Burlington. I believe we have Joe Habersham now, who we can check in with. And I believe this is in Milan. Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me or the siren. I feel like we've been talking about it all night, but this is one of the sirens that are going off. This is probably the fourth one we've heard since we've been here all night. This is probably the fourth one that we've heard since we've been here all night. Excuse me, I moved the mic so that I can give you guys a better sound of everything that's going on. Here, 1 second. So just to let you know, this is what we've been hearing all night. Like I said, this is like the fourth one we've heard. We've moved almost further and further away from the grass and everything as we've gone on with these live shots. We're making our way further under the overhead at a gas station because the rain's starting to come down too. Over across from us is it looks like a semi-truck yard. We've been seeing a lot of dirt coming from over that area. Sorry, it's a little difficult to hear with the siren, but like you said, this is something that has been going on all night. People are still making their way back home. But yeah, you know, we're starting to see those conditions. The more rain, and we're starting to get some of those really big winds.
No surprise that we're seeing the severe weather sirens, the storm sirens, if you will, sounding because, again, these are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and that is one of the criteria you need to get those sirens going. So that's in Milan. Thank you, Joe, for giving us that live report. We still think what's interesting is you've got more of a scattered damaging wind threat developing south of the Quad Cities metro. James kind of mentioned those little fingers of wind, it looks like, coming up from the south, whereas if you go a little bit further to the south and to the east, from Monmouth to near Galesburg, this is more of a solid wall of wind where we're going to see that more widespread wind potential of 70+ miles an hour, whereas versus here in the metro right now, that potential appears to be more scattered. On the left-hand side of your screen, you've got a live look from Maddie Franz, currently driving around right now in Burlington, and it appears in all indications the worst of it has moved through Burlington, though you're going to see your non-thunderstorm winds pick up in a matter of maybe 45 minutes to an hour based on radar data, where you could see those gusts still approach 50 miles an hour. Not sure if Maddie can hear me or if she can give us a quick update on her location, what's going on. Maddie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Can you tell us where you're at, what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, so we are still heading east on 34. You know, we're out in the country. It's still pretty dark. We're not seeing too many cars passing us right now. Let me get you a look out there. There's not really too much to see, but this rain is still coming down pretty good. I've got the wiper going on the camera. And where are we about to pass? We're just about to pass Biggsville in just a few minutes here. So rain is still coming down pretty good. And, not a lot of people on the road. Seems like people are trying to stay home, hunker down, and weather out this storm. So we haven't, there's someone coming right now. There's one car. So not too much activity going on out here. Just keeping on that rain, keeping on that little bit of wind. So that's what we're at right now.
All right, very good, Maddie. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. Maddie Franz there out in the Beast. Want to give you an update on that tornado warning. We're continuing to track some. Right now, it's a very broad rotation. We're not seeing what we call that tight rotation or that tight couplet on the radar. That is that warning that is down here into parts of McDonough and also stretching up into parts of southeast Warren County. There's Avon and there's Bushnell. So the rotation has just passed over Bushnell, and this is going to be heading up to the north and to the east. So it looks like next stop for that broad rotation is going to be right near Avon. And I'll zoom this out a little bit further, because if that were to continue to have some rotation for it, initially we're going to be talking about much of the south half of Knox County, which would be Mequon. There's Illinois 97, there's Illinois 116, right southeast of Abington near Mequon, kind of in that corridor there, it looks like, if that rotation were to continue.
One of the things that we're also keeping an eye on is some of the, when it comes to power outages that may be going on across the area. Oh, before we go there, because I want to go to Jenna Webster to maybe give us an update on any power outages. Let's find out here. Is this a new severe thunderstorm warning or an updated one?
So this is going to be, it appears, an update, and that will be for the severe thunderstorm warning for Knox County. May have seen an update and an expansion on that a little bit further south.
So we're going to go right up here. Oh, this could be it.
That
is this
right,
right here?
Too. Yep.
There we go. And this is something we were talking about, Andrew, when it comes to extending that polygon in areas just north and east of the Quad Cities. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning that we see here, and it does cover a good chunk of all of Clinton County, parts of Scott County, going into parts of Whiteside, Bureau, and all of Henry County. In fact, it looks like it even getting an extension too, even farther to the south and west of the Quad Cities. So this could be not only is this a new warning, but it's also updating some of the activity south and west of the Quad Cities as well, looks like.
Yeah, so that's really grown in size.
Wow, yeah.
And expanded further to the east. I've got it flashing there for you because there's a lot of polygons going on.
Right.
So we want to point out where the newest one is for you. Wind speed on that right now, they've got it tagged for 70 miles per hour. Radar indicated wind speed potential there. So another wide swath of some 70+ mile per hour wind potential beginning to come back into the Quad Cities. We can go back to that velocity data,
right?
Because I want to kind of see where that corridor of the stronger winds, did we develop another more solid corridor, or are we still kind of scattered in here? And if you look at the radar appearance, especially southwest of that warning, it appears we're kind of still scattered,
right,
with some of those stronger wind gusts.
Right. Yeah.
So that's something we're going to have to continue to watch as that's moving to the north. The solid line is definitely way south in Galesburg there. That's where I think you're going to see the more widespread wind gusts, even a little bit of a comma kind of shape arcing.
I was going to say, yeah. But it's really well defined to a point where we know who's going to really be impacted by that. But yeah, you can see it right here. That's the line that we're dealing with, that has some good wind with it, that continues to make his way off to the northeast. So it's just minutes away around Galesburg that we see here, but that's really impressive as it continues to make its way off to the north and east. And even when that loop as well, it was like right here, I would say. So it's just entering 280 right there of the Quad Cities. And that is something that's going to produce a pretty good rush of wind. And very likely here in just minutes away, we're going to eventually feel that wind outside our station here in Moline. So we're kind of talking around 9:30 now for those winds that make its way through the immediate Quad Cities. Geneseo close to 10 and about 10 after around Clinton. But that is really impressive. Now I want to eventually go back to Jenna Webster here, because we haven't gotten to find out about the update regarding some of the power outages that may be going on or the lack thereof. I'm looking for option B here.
Yeah, James, that's what's really surprising me right now when we're talking about all these high winds in areas like Knox County, Warren County, McDonough County, is that I'm really not seeing a ton of power outages there. This is a look at my screen, the computer that I'm looking at right now. Just an hour and a half ago, Galesburg had about 140 customers without power on American Energy, and now they're only at 10 customers without service. south of Monmouth, they've only got 2. This is in the Little York area, 3 people without power. Kewaunee has a handful of people without power. So we're really just not seeing a lot of them, which I guess is good news with these high winds. When it comes to Alliant, we're still seeing quite a few people in Burlington, that area without power. But again, that has gone down about an hour ago. It was close to 400. Now we're at 360. Mid-American also not reporting a ton of power outages right now. You can see the Quad Cities, Iowa side, only 3 people. That again has gone down from earlier when it was about 40 people. On the Illinois side, it's about 74. So we'll see what these do. But I mean, that was good news for the Galesburg area that it looks like they were able to get some of that power restored there.
Right. We'll be very curious as those strong wind gusts to south and west of the Quad Cities make its way through and see if we see any change in those numbers. But one of the things that we addressed not only with Peter and Andrew this morning, but also throughout the past couple of days on our 8+ app. And that is that we're lacking a lot of leaves. Okay, now if we had plenty of leaves to work with, then we would be talking about more force and better chance for seeing maybe some tree damage and maybe even some power lines that may be going down. But this is the middle of March, and there are no leaves out there. So that does play a big role as far as minimizing any type of damage or when it comes to any type of power outages that may be going on. Still, nonetheless, when you're dealing with some wind, if there is a power outage, it's going to be maybe just brief. Okay, given the winds that we've been noticing from these storms, and we're starting to notice more of an upscale as far as the lightning distribution that's going on just south of the Quad Cities itself, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too. You're noticing that lightning now stretching as far north as Aledo. It's almost to the I-80 corridor, so we may start to see another ramp up of not only the intensity of the lightning and the storms themselves, but perhaps maybe another solid line of that wind starting to come into play once this gets past Galesburg. So for folks watching, that's an early heads up, I would say, for anyone southwest of Geneseo, kind of in this corridor right here and to the north. So Henry County, Illinois, eventually we'll get this into Princeton too, but it appears we're getting some more organization of these storms southwest of Geneseo and Kewaunee and right near Galesburg. So we're going to have to really be watching the velocity data here very, very closely to see, is that wall of wind, which is right here, getting ready to move through Galesburg, is it going to remain solid? And is it going to intensify further as some of these storms appear to be getting their act together? Again, we're getting the influence of that, what we call a low-level jet. And we call it that because it's just a few hundred feet off the ground where the winds are screaming and are much, much stronger. So I think that's what's coming into play here.
Let's put a full screen on that velocity mode that you got here, and then let's stop it. And then go and put that line, what we're talking about here, where we're seeing the most intense winds that are taking place. And that will give us a good idea of what we're measuring here. And Andrew's right. What we've been noticing and what the models have been noticing too is that we are expecting these low-level jet winds to slowly intensify going into the early and mid-evening hours from the southwest and pushing its way north and east. And that could be one of the reasons why we're starting to see more of a definition of that leading edge of those strong winds just south of the Quad Cities. And once again, with the arrows that Andrew put in here, pushing their way more north, northeast, and certainly indicative too of the velocity now that's being indicated, maybe averaging around 70 miles an hour or so. So this is really no surprise what we're dealing with here when it comes to the intensification of that line that we have been noticing growing from southwest to northeast, Andrew. Yeah, so the organization definitely appears to be picking up, especially just to the northwest of Galesburg. You know, that's where the reflectivity is starting to pick up. The lightning is as well. We got a lot of wind right now. I believe this is a live look at Eldridge. And that is where, looking at some of the velocity data, we're going to start to see some of those strong winds momentarily. You got the sign blowing around pretty good there. I believe we just saw a lot of lightning. Yeah, a little lightning in the distance there, yeah. In the distance there, yeah. So kind of curious what direction we're facing on the camera, because I don't even think that lightning in that region is being picked up on our lightning network. So we may be seeing a rapid intensification of the storm just near that region as well. A lot of wind, though. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that wind makes its way through my yard, but I still got some leaves I didn't pick up from last season. So I'm hoping that will be the case come tonight into tomorrow. But once again, all seriousness, folks, we're dealing with, once again, the winds that have been taking place along this line that we've been catching an eye on ever since about, 6 o'clock 6:30 this evening, and they continue to intensify. We're starting to see a lot more activity, a lot more dynamics now begin to pop up, courtesy of that low-level jet that is now just near the Quad Cities and points southward, and certainly indicative of these, even not just these severe thunderstorm warnings that are going on, but the extension of these tornado warnings that are taking place. Because keep in mind, farther south of the Quad Cities as you go, we're dealing with better dew points, more surface-based thunderstorms closer to the ground, and thus the chance of seeing a good structure of shear that would be taking place as well. You go a little bit farther north where these storms are more elevated, yet it's still able to take some of those winds aloft from near the top of the storm and bring it down to the surface. At least has the capability of coming down to the surface itself. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, Andrew. What do we got here?
Looks like that'll be for Warren and McDonough County. That is, I'm still trying to get it to pop up on my map here. And it looks like we're also starting to clean away some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, including no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning for Burlington. You're in the clear right now. That has been wiped away. So we're slowly clearing these off. In fact, yeah, you can see the update now. On the map. I'm going to get rid of the radar really quickly. There you see Burlington, Muscatine. We've cleared you out of any warnings. New Boston, Wapello, the severe weather threat has ended for you, but we still have that warning here in the immediate Quad Cities. There's the new warning that just popped up. It's a real skinny one right here.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Southeast of Monmouth. That's the one that just came up, and that goes until 9:45 for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like we have seen a couple of reports just south of that of some stronger wind gusts approaching 70 miles an hour, and that's what kind of prompted that warning there. It's actually a replacement of the warning you already had earlier. They've just kind of tightened up the extent of the coverage on this. So Roseville, you were under the warning earlier. This new one, you're out of it. We're now focused on much of eastern Warren County. It looks like right up against Knox County.
You know, those storms that we just showed you, that line on the velocity mode, their indications are that the speed of that line is moving between 55 and 65 miles an hour. That's really impressive. So that's why, you know, we showed you those warnings that are way off to the north and east. Well, the reason why is we're trying to give you, if you're involved in that warning, plenty of time to get to your safe place, okay? Making sure that you have a flashlight ready to go in case you happen to lose any power. So that's why we want to make sure that you are heeding the warnings. Even though the storm may be off to our south and west, it is still pushing pretty quickly off to the north and east. And Andrew's doing a nice job as far as indicating where the leading edge of that wind field is, that windshield, as it continues to make its way to the north and east. So Andrew's putting a tracker on this. And once we do, boom, there comes the information. And you can see that it will be impacting parts of Moline and East Moline if it holds together in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Around Pleasant Valley, about 20 till 10 minutes until Geneseo. And let's not forget our friends over in Comanche. If it holds together, we're talking about 40 minutes. You'll be impacted by those storms as well. You know, it'd be nice if we don't have to deal with any rumbles of thunder around my neck of the woods. Of course, I've got dogs that just cannot stand thunder. And hopefully, you know, you're calming your pets down in case there is any thunder in your neck of the woods. One of the things that we always like to do in my household is to play Elton John music. It always seems to work. I don't know why, but we make it loud enough so my animals do not hear any of the thunder that's going on outside. This is a view out of Milan. This is a live shot out of Milan, and you can see that rain is really coming down. Even the light posts, trust me, folks, is actually shaking as well with those winds that are taking place. And something we haven't really brought up too much about is the amount of rainfall we could potentially see out of this. And some numbers are ranging between 1/10 of an inch of rain to maybe over 1/2 an inch of rain. And it'll be kind of nice to get some of that rain into the ground now that we've gotten pretty much all the frost out of there, to get that water in, especially as we get into the growing season itself. But, you know, add a little comfort to this. It's nice to see, Andrew, a little bit of that rain going on. We just are a little concerned of some of that wind that is taking place along that line that you just mentioned from near the Quad Cities and all the way down to Knox County, right near Galesburg and even around London Mills.
Yeah, still that solid line of wind, and hence why we have that kind of line of severe thunderstorm warnings that exists from the Quad City Metro all the way to as far north as Dubuque, by the way. There's a warning up there in northeast Jackson County, actually northwest Jackson County, much of western Jackson County under that severe thunderstorm warning. But the strongest winds, continuing to be along this corridor that's just south of the Quad Cities, kind of snaking its way in and around the I-74 corridor, getting into Oneida in those areas, and that again is still moving to the north. So we put a tracker on that earlier. I'm going to pull this a little bit further southwest because I got some folks kind of on my phone right now. What's going on in Sterling? What's happening up there? So
you got a fan club out in Sterling.
That's
Come on.
right.
I'm not surprised with that.
So let's extend the tracker kind of up in that direction and show you that no, we're not out of the woods there yet into the Sauk Valley. And in fact, we're looking at an impact time right around 10:30 or so. So about an hour from now, a little bit more than an hour from now, and then still that wind kind of snaking its way up to the north and to the northeast. So it's not there yet. It is on the way. It's still very much on track with the timing.
Right.
And then that was going to be between 9, 10, getting close to 11 o'clock. So the wind is on the way. But right now you can see the strongest winds definitely moving through Knox County, just now getting out of Galesburg and into Oneida. And speaking of the Sauk Valley, there's downtown Rock Falls. A little bit of movement for the flags, but I have a feeling that will escalate as we get closer to about 10:30.
And let's even concentrate, too, on our friends out in Bureau County, especially around the Princeton, Illinois area, home of the Tigers, by the way. And you can tell that around there, everything's pretty quiet that we see here. But we're not forgetting about you guys. I think we're maybe talking about some of these storms. I mean, we may be talking about some showers coming in across your area, maybe in about a half an hour or so. But as far as the main line is concerned, we may be focusing close to about maybe 11 o'clock. When those winds make its way through. So all quiet for you right now, but if we had to take a guess along this line where it may be impacting you, it may be, I would say right near Farmington. So we may be talking about a situation where we may be talking between 10 and 11 o'clock. Maybe I would think, given what we've been noticing so far in the past hour or two, maybe just a little bit later than that, but we'll see how this turns out, mainly because the low-level jet winds are picking up even more, and it may allow this line to also pick up a little bit more in speed as well. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for our good friends out there in Princeton, Lamoille, Cherry, Illinois, even around Walnut, for those storms to potentially make its way across your area. Already seeing some of that lightning making its way even right near the Quad Cities itself. So we are getting some of those lightning strikes that very likely are areas too that we're getting some nice downpours of rain out of this as well. But once again, we want to remind everyone that around the immediate Quad Cities, that severe thunderstorm warning still goes on for another less than 40 more minutes. And it may even come earlier, too, given the speed of the activity that is making its way through the Quad Cities. We're just a little concerned about that wind, as we've had some estimates south and west of the Quad Cities of gusts maybe close to 60 to even 70 miles an hour. So that could cause some brief outages as well. Maybe even throw some loose debris that may be in your yard as a projectile. That's always a big concern when we're dealing with some of that wind. Going back to Milan again, we saw Old Glory just waving nicely, but now it's having a bit of a challenge there, Andrew, when it comes to that wind and rain.
That bottom little part of the flag.
That's right.
Right off the pole, it looks like.
But that rain is coming down pretty good over there, too. And by the way, that is rain. That is not snow.
Yes, that is rain, yes.
That's coming down pretty good. And it's kind of interesting, too, that just this time last week, we were talking about cold winds and snow that was flying around with visibility pretty low. And now here we are a week later, and we're talking about record warmth that did make its way around the lower 80s, plenty of wind, and now we're dealing with some severe weather that has been taking place across our area. But that is the beauty of the month of March, where you can have all kinds of weather that may be taking place as long as all the ingredients are there.
Yeah, and that's what a live shot that is. I mean,
Yeah.
sideways rain. You've got the flag kind of hanging on for dear life.
Camera shaking too.
Camera shaking, yep. So a lot of wind just rolling through there. And kind of, again, that corridor of strong winds is coming in a scattered fashion into the metro. So we're not seeing that widespread wall of wind like what they're seeing further to the south and to the east of us. But there will be some embedded areas within this storm in this warning that are going to have those 60 to 70 mile per hour plus gusts that will be coming through. Again, there's that well-defined wall of wind that stretches down the I-74 corridor just now coming out of Knoxville and getting into Oneida. That's where the corridor of the strongest winds are, and that's racing to the northeast. By the way, the tornado threat has ended for those of you that were watching in McDonough County there. That tornado warning has expired, and as of right now, looking at the velocity data, I'm not seeing any signatures indicating we've got any big twisting motion going on in parts of the atmosphere. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though, that was issued, and I'm going to zoom this out. It looks like this one now replaces the one that was for much of the Quad Cities.
Wow, that's amazing,
and
yeah.
coming in a little bit more detail. You can see it right there going through Geneseo and also Cambridge and into extreme northeast Rock Island County, getting into southeast Clinton County. Let's see if we can pull up the details on that in terms of the timing and what we're warning for. That is going to be now ramping up wind speeds to 80 miles an hour.
Wow, okay.
And that warning will go until 10:15. So a new warning. You're saying, well, why is it in this old warning? Well, the wind speed is ramped up again.
Right.
80 mile an hour winds with this new warning.
And we're talking about that part of the storm right near Woodhall, I would say, just north of Rova Country and extending eastward, probably right near New Windsor, I would say, with this cluster that we're noticing here. So getting some very intense winds here, some very heavy rain. There is Woodhall that we see. There's Viola. And just east of Viola, that's about where New Windsor is actually located. So that's a storm that we'll be watching. If it continues on that same course, and almost like a little couplet there too that we may be dealing with here. But no question, the little bright green there and the dark green, that's indicating some intense wind that is going on right here. I'm covering up the wind, the velocity here. But there you get a kind of gist here. We're talking about those wind gusts maybe around 60 at least. These are estimates that we're noticing on our system here. But there was one that was maybe about 100 miles an hour or so. It could be indicated by these little speckles that may be giving us some maybe misinformation here. But that would be very impressive if that is the case with those storms. And yeah, that's very defined right there, Andrew, right around Woodhall. Continues that course. We're talking about Cambridge, maybe even around Andover, just west of Cambridge itself. So that is the big concern that we have here. That severe thunderstorm warning, if it's a 80 mile an hour wind gust, wouldn't it be, I think, a destructive level that we see here? But right now they're saying it's considerable for that.
There we go.
There it is. Okay. It's a big challenge as far as trying to get that information. You have to kind of get closer in. But that's a big concern that we have when you're dealing with those type of winds. So if you're watching us in Cambridge and Andover, you're probably hearing sirens, get to your safe place. Okay. Put as many walls between you and the storm outside, and I think you're going to be just fine. But it is moving at a pretty good clip. Andrew right now is putting in a cone tracker on this. And if it holds its course, we're talking about Geneseo around 9:50 or so. That's at about 20 minutes. And I would say around Erie, around just after 10 o'clock. DeWitt, maybe, I think it may be just east of DeWitt, but if it does kind of veer a little bit more north, then we're talking about just after about 10:12 or so for that to be taking place. So heed the warnings, especially if you're watching us over in Geneseo. I know Cooper, your dog is probably watching the TV down in the basement, I would believe too, Andrew, right?
I have just been informed by Marcus that Cooper has migrated to the bathtub.
Okay, and that's a concern. When he does that, that's not a good thing. So maybe the sirens are actually going off over in Geneseo. So you got, I would say, just up over 15 minutes or so.
About 15 minutes.
Or
yeah.
so. Okay, so hopefully we get through this with no damage or any concern about power outages, but no question that is a pretty impressive little band that we see here that continues to make its way off to the north and east. So this is the new warning within the warning, just because of this cell that has grown a little bit in intensity, and it continues to make its way off to the north and east. And even with all that lightning that we're noticing there, that's an indication that some of that rain is coming down pretty hard. Blinding rain that may be going on just north now of Woodhull and making its way, looks like it might be making its way just west of Cambridge as far as the strongest part, but this is where Andover is located. So if you're watching us in Andover, buckle down, it's coming your way as far as this shield of rain and some very strong, intense winds make its way across the area. Spotty just about a minute or two away from Andover itself, Andrew.
Yeah, the very, very strong winds. It looks like the radar signals is getting more and more impressive, especially on the reflectivity as that storm continues to intensify. And eventually you're going to be talking about that working its way up into northwest Henry County and eventually into Whiteside County as that moves to the north. We're getting a new update from the Galesburg region. I'm going to see if we can go to Peter Warner, who's been tracking some of the storm reports for us this evening. Peter, I think we just got a new wind gust report in from Galesburg. Is that right?
Yeah, Andrew, we did. 69-mile-per-hour gust out in Galesburg reported at 9:15 p.m. in the heart of Galesburg pretty much right now. Also, this was a little bit ago, but this was the other most recent item that we've seen. Is actually further in the, just north of Kirkwood, we saw around a 62-mile-per-hour gust. So there's something to keep an eye on out there, and especially near Woodhull right now. I just saw a velocity of 124 miles per hour.
Wow. That's an estimate.
That was a quick pickup, just an estimate, but definitely something to keep an eye on right there.
That is something, of course, from the Galesburg camera that we're seeing here. Good amount of lightning going on, some pretty good rains that are taking place as well. And that was, once again, if you're just joining us, Peter, once again, what was that wind gust again out of Galesburg?
Galesburg was 69 miles per hour, just under that 70 mile per hour.
Wow, that is something. That's enough to cause some damage as well, and maybe some brief power outages going through Galesburg across that area. So, yeah, nice job there, Peter, for getting that information. So, yeah, still a lot of polygons that we see now slowly making its way on the Illinois side itself. But this is nearly no surprise seeing the polygons popping up, indicating some of those strong winds that are going on. Of course, we've been seeing an uptick in regards to the winds, the dynamics, with the things getting a little bit more charged, I guess you can say, a little bit more electrified. Of course, we're keeping an eye right around the Andover area, just west of Cambridge. I would say this is Andover right there, just off of Interstate 74. So we're kind of seeing this almost like a little bend here that could very likely indicate some pretty intense winds that are coming down from the storm, and could very likely be the area where we may be projecting those winds or getting estimates of those winds right around 80 miles an hour or so. So kind of pushing off to the north, northeast. So yeah, Cambridge, hopefully you're in your safe place. Geneseo is right there, I believe, and that is only a few minutes away for you, given how fast this storm has been moving. So Geneseo, Woodhull, near Atkinson. Keep in mind that same wave is making its way in your general direction. In fact, we kind of got a little update here of that bend that may be making its way maybe even a little bit more west of Geneseo itself, Andrew.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed that out, because the National Weather Service is watching that same feature right now. They're calling it an inflection point getting into Henry County here, where James was pointing out you're seeing those winds kind of starting to curve a little bit here. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to have something develop here imminently, but it does mean that we're seeing a little bit of some modest rotation starting to get worked in here with some of those stronger wind gusts. So if you're watching that particular spot, based on the radar presentation, it looks like just west of Geneseo and then east of Orion. Nothing right now to be concerned about, but they're watching that as well. They just noticed that on radar.
Yeah, that's very good. So we're all kind of on the same page here regarding that part of the storm that continues to make its way from southwest to northeast. In fact, it may actually may even clip places like around Orion here in just a little bit as well. But you can see the intensification of the rain, but likely within this batch of rain, you're dealing with some excessive wind that may be going on as that continues to ride right along Interstate 74 as well. So we hopefully that, and all indications are that will stay maybe just west of Geneseo as it continues to make its way northward. However, north of Interstate 80 here, as we go even farther northward, we may have to be concerned about hometowns like around Kelowna, maybe around LeClaire, possibly just west of Erie Prophetstown. Okay, but given what we're seeing here, Port Byron, can't rule out that, but those are the areas we may have to be concerned about as that continues to make its way off to the east. May have actually clip areas like around Silvis and maybe parts of East Moline as well. Okay, so here's East Moline for maybe 9:43. That's certainly less than 10 minutes from now. Port Byron in about 16 minutes or so. And of course, let's not forget Coe Valley, about just a couple of minutes away. Because of those storms moving very quickly. What about maybe 65 miles an hour or so? 65 miles an hour, that storm is moving. So that's why we're giving everyone a good warning when it comes to the impact of those storms impacting your hometown. So make sure that you're in your safe place, because this is really the best signature we have seen so far tonight when it comes to a good, healthy thunderstorm that's producing some pretty intense winds. So that's a big concern that we have when it comes to that part of the storm.
Yeah, and it looks like, looking at the velocity data, the strongest winds right now with that part of the storm, and I'll zoom on that here in just a second. I want to line it up with the other screen that I'm looking at over here, is actually right in and just north of Andover and Cambridge, getting ready to cross Interstate 80 between Orion and Geneseo, kind of in that vicinity. So here's what I'm looking at on the velocity data. So you can see on our map here, it's kind of right over Osco to the northwest of Cambridge. This little corridor of really strong winds right here is what's going to be moving between Kelowna and Geneseo here shortly, and that's lifting to the north-northeast. So we're just about to cross those strong winds to Interstate 80, where again radar has been indicating some of my other products here, the velocity. Some of those readings are close to 70, 75 miles an hour that I'm seeing just poking around the data here on my other viewers. So anyone along Interstate 80 between Geneseo, Kelowna, that wall of wind is moving in your direction. We can put another tracker on it here too as I'll pull this to the southwest. And we'll start that tracker here again right near Orion, home of the WQAD TV tower there. Probably going to be picking up some good wind here shortly.
That's right.
And you'll see it move to the north. So there you go, Geneseo, about 9:45. And then, yeah, eventually we're talking about this getting near Joslin, just kind of on the fringe of the Metro Quad Cities as that moves north.
Really impressed how fast this storm is moving now. I mean, it's already just north and west of Cambridge and Henry County. We can still hear the sirens outside our station here in Moline, but very likely those sirens could be coming from just east of us for hometowns in East Moline, Kelowna, Coe Valley, because it will be grazing those areas, heading in those towns and just minutes away as that continues to make its way off to the northeast. So Hillsdale, you're maybe under the gun of seeing that part of the storm as it quickly advances off toward the northeast itself. But a rather impressive storm that we're seeing here, indicated by this severe thunderstorm warning that goes on until, help me out here.
Let's zoom in.
About 10:15?
Looks like 10:15.
Okay, there we go. There we go. And once again, if you noticed, when Andrew kind of zoomed in here, it kind of showed that threat of destructive with winds maybe around 80 miles an hour or so. This is what we always get worried about when we see this for a warning, seeing those type of winds that could potentially make its way across our hometown. So be on guard. If you're under this track, you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place. A lot of heavy rain coming out of this. Not so bad about the lightning, but it's all about the winds that are taking place just ahead of this part of the storm as it quickly advances away 65 miles an hour off to the northeast.
Yep, and a quick update on some other warnings that we're starting to clear out of the region. Warren County no longer in that severe thunderstorm warning. That has moved off to your east. That was the little, what I like to call the skinny mini one here, just west of Galesburg. We've cleared that off, so no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning for Warren County. Galesburg, you continue to be under that severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go to the top of the hour. It does appear Galesburg right now, the worst of that storm has moved out of your direction, and we're now focusing on McQuon and areas west of Williamsfield here. Let's go a little bit closer in on the radar itself, because now we're including northeast Knox County. There's Victoria, so that wall of wind embedded in these darker oranges and reds, that's on the way to you, and eventually then we'll get that out of Knox County and close to Illinois 78. If you want to get a quick update on what's going on further north, we still have an active severe thunderstorm warning for the south half of Jackson County and also a little sliver of northwest Jackson County. That is still in play. The bigger one there, if you will, the one that's kind of in the northwest corner, goes until 10. That's for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not surprising, they're lower further to the north because the dynamics are not as good there. But you still have this large severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses all of Rock Island County, also all of Clinton County, actually majority of Rock Island County, all of Clinton County. That's going to go, I believe, also until 10 o'clock too. So we've heard the sirens go off already here in the metro. That's already happening. Again, that's for strong winds. But right now it appears our greatest concern for the strongest winds, at least in the near term, is with that cluster of storms that's getting ready to cross right over Interstate 80. So we'll see if we get any reports maybe out of that corridor of maybe any semis that could potentially be impacted by this, because that's a very strong wall of wind. And I'm thinking about, I take that commute every day to and from work. There's not much buffer between that interstate and the open fields, and that wind is just going to whip right through there.
Yeah, I believe we had a situation when we had a severe weather event where we had some debris right near the Geneseo area that actually made its way across the interstate itself, I believe.
Yep.
I think that was last year or 2 years ago, I believe.
That's right.
So yeah, that's always a concern right around there, being such an open field and such. Peter Warner, I think you have some new information for us, I believe.
Yeah, I just saw that. We haven't touched upon this one yet, but we were just talking about that warning up in Clinton County right now. On the furthest west portion of Clinton County, we have seen a 60-mile-per-hour gust out in Loudon, just on that border of it. So we have seen a 60-mile-per-hour gust up there. So that's what we're kind of expecting.
And once again, a reason why we got that thunderstorm warning out. And you can see some of the storm reports that are coming out from what Peter just mentioned out there in Clinton County, and some of the other reports that we've seen as well. A lot of the icons that you're noticing here, those are wind gust reports that are going on. And you can see the one that Peter was the first to get this out of Galesburg with that wind gusts around 69 miles an hour. Really impressive. And that is the same storm that is making its way right near Geneseo itself. So that's why we were really concerned about that particular part of the storm, as wind gusts could be estimated near 80 miles an hour. So really concerned about that. So there's that new icon that just popped up around Cambridge. My goodness, that just popped up. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts that took place outside of Cambridge. I haven't heard anything about power outages that might have taken place there, or any type of tree damage, but we can find that out right now with Jenna Webster, who's on the anchor desk right now, to give us some information on that.
Yeah, James, I want to see if we can pull up the Apple TV so we can see my computer, because Mid-American just reported a lot of power outages.
Wow.
690 in the Illinois Quad Cities, and they are all in the Orion area. You can see I can zoom in right here. 608 right now in Orion. That was just reported just 10 minutes ago at 9:34. A couple other handfuls in the metro area, but the biggest chunk right here is in Orion. The other one I've been keeping my eye on is Ameren and Kewanee. They've got about 600 people there without power. The estimated time that they're going to get that restored is 11:30, but I know they're out and working on it because they did have 1,300 customers without power just 30 minutes ago down in Henderson County and Stronghurst, and they were able to pretty quickly restore that power. But this big area right now is Orion that we're watching.
And we don't have anything that could, and it can determine that if the time of restoration would be, is that right now, midnight?
Right now for Mid-American and Orion.
Wow, wow. The population has to be 608.
Yeah, everybody.
The whole town's got to be out without power here. And hopefully our friends in Orion are actually watching us on the phone itself, of course, with the Storm Track 8 app or the News 8 app. When you get in these situations where the power is out, you can always go to that phone and get that latest information. But if you are watching us from your phone, if you're watching us from this phone, the whole power is out in the town. Power's out in the town. Won't be restored until possibly around midnight tonight. We continue to watch some of these storms as they advance their way off to the north and east. Of course, keeping an eye on these storms that we see just north of the Quad Cities as they continue to make their way off to the northeast around 60 miles an hour or so. So we're keeping a track on this for Galena about 10 o'clock and even around Savannah at around 10:13. Are we getting this more on the velocity or on the reflectivity mode as far as possibly seeing this line, Andrew?
This is going to be more on that velocity mode. We're seeing some of those darker red colors, kind of another solid line developing. However, the winds up here, I would say this far north are kind of closer to that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. So a little bit less in magnitude and intensity that's coming through compared to what we're seeing south of that line, where we're continuing to track. Again, we had that report from Cambridge of some really strong winds. That corridor of wind has now reached the Interstate 80 corridor, and it has reached Geneseo as well. And I'm sure the winds have picked up quite considerably there. It also looks like winds are continuing to increase if anyone is watching in northeast Knox County getting into Stark County near Toulon. You've got winds that are going to be increasing there too. But I would say the wind threat has very much died down now for Galesburg and Abington, Watauga, some of those hometowns there in Knox County. This is now moving to the east side of the county, and those areas west are seeing their severe weather threat calm down a little bit more. I see we have a new alert on the screen, and it appears that is for a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that does now include Stark County and really everywhere east of Knox County, including Peoria. That new severe thunderstorm warning just put out by the National Weather Service. We can throw up the radar really quickly. There is the new polygon showing that wind threat is going to continue to move east of Knox County and head into Peoria. Meanwhile, a little bit shortening of this 80 mile per hour corridor of wind on that warning. You see we've kind of tightened that up a little bit. So that potential now blowing into Kelowna, but it won't be much longer. It looks like, James, that north of Interstate 80, LeClaire in the path of this.
Right.
As we zoom in a little bit more, you were talking about Hillsdale earlier, right along that Interstate 88 corridor,
right,
going up into Erie, Prophetstown. Looks like they're next in line for this same storm that produced that wind gust in Cambridge.
That's right. And you're just joining us. That was a wind gust of 70 miles an hour that took place around Cambridge, and it came from this cell that we see right here, now getting ready to make its way out of Kelowna. We'll be very curious as far as the wind gusts that come out of Kelowna, but that will be grazing areas like around Pleasant Valley. And if it continues on that course, if you're watching us in Cordova, you could very likely be dealing with those same strong wind gusts that just recently took place in Cambridge. So be on the lookout for that. That's just minutes away, maybe about less than 4 or 5 minutes away to your hometown. So make sure you're in that safe place, because that's part of that warning that we just mentioned that have those estimated winds that we just talked about in the polygon, maybe as high as 80 miles an hour. But that official report in Cambridge, that is a solid report coming from that cell just now north of Kelowna, north of Interstate 80 right now, as that continues to make its way off to the east. And you can see how we're dealing with this. This is being even more defined just because we're getting much closer to the radar itself. So you can see the brighter these greens, these are moving, the raindrops are actually moving toward the radar site, where the red is moving away from the radar site. But we're noticing some nice bright colors here, okay, even the bright red. And that's indicating where the strongest of those winds are taking place as we speak. Now, just, I would say, north now of north and east of Cleveland, right there along Illinois 92. There's Interstate 88, the connection going into 80 itself, pushing its way off to the north and east. So by the looks of our loop that we have here, Erie, Prophetstown, can't be ruled about that. And as we mentioned, Hillsdale will be impacted by that wind gust that may be taking place. Now, keep in mind, these storms are moving very quickly. At least this part of the storm is moving very quickly. So it will only take about less than 5 minutes or so before all that wind pretty much comes to an end. And of course, we'll keep an eye on that line of storms that we see off to our south and west. Here it is. This is a live shot out of Clinton, Iowa. And there is the, I believe that is the Highway 30 bridge. I believe there, and of course a whole lot of lightning going on, taking place around Cambridge, around Clinton itself. The wind doesn't seem to be all too bad, not much shaking taking place, but obviously we are dealing with some of the rain that is going on, which could add up to maybe a tenth. Some local areas could be talking about maybe about a half an inch of rain. Visibility is not too bad, but we'll see that change maybe in a pretty good way once that one cell continues to make its way just along and east of the river. So you may be impacted if you are part of, if you're watching us from Clinton, from that particular cell that we're watching. Right around there is where we're concerned about as it makes its way across extreme northern Rock Island County. Northern Rock Island County for those winds that push its way northward. So around the western parts of Whiteside County. So if you're watching us in, let's say, in Fulton, Clinton, area, you just got to be on guard for that. Maybe even impacting areas like around Morrison, but definitely Erie, Prophetstown will be certainly gobbled up by that part of the storm. At least that's what it looked like on the radar itself. But it could be gobbled up by that part of the storm as that continues to make its way off to the north and east, and may actually see an update of this polygon even farther north going into parts of Carroll County itself.
Yeah, National Weather Service is talking about updating that warning that's currently for Henry County because, again, we're seeing that more northward movement of some of the stronger wind gusts. And it actually looks like it's kind of tracked a little bit further to the west, so getting right along the Mississippi River. And on its current trajectory, we would see that, if I go back to the velocity data, getting close to Clinton, kind of on the outer edge here of where that core of stronger winds is kind of curling right back in there. That's that intersection we've been talking about where the National Weather Service has been watching for broad rotation. There's nothing really getting more solid, but you can see that wall of wind is currently moving to the north. And I believe we have a live view from Eldridge. If we can take that, I think there's something we can show. There we go. And look at the wind, the sideways rain, blowing that rain in waves across the pavement there. Wind really picking up in Eldridge.
Yeah, very much so. And that's kind of what the scene has been with this wave that has been making its way quickly from southwest to northeast across the area. At least we're not seeing too much shaking going on, but you can see the sheets of rain indicating there is some wind that is taking place, maybe with some nice gusts around 30 or 40 miles an hour. But nonetheless, around Eldridge in location in relationship to that particular part of the storm, Eldridge is more on the west side of that cell that we're definitely keeping an eye on with that indentation that we see right there, okay? And as Andrew just mentioned, National Weather Service is keeping a very close eye on that broad rotation that is going on. Once again, raindrops moving toward the radar site, the red moving away from the radar site. So we're concerned that there's some type of maybe broad rotation that can quickly is making its way northward, right just along and east of the Mississippi River itself, right near Cordova. Maybe eventually, as it continues that course, Clinton, Fulton, likely going to be under the gun for seeing that broad rotation to take place. Maddie right now, Maddie France has been with us ever since the current on our 4 o'clock newscast started in Burlington. She has made her way eastward and then northward toward Aledo. And Maddie, before we go to Maddie, I believe we just got a new, hang on there, Maddie. We're going to go to, we got a new updated or a new severe thunderstorm warning. Is that true, Andrew?
Looks like yes. That now includes the rest of Whiteside County, goes all the way up to Carroll County, Joe Davies County, and Stevenson County. And also, Peter, if you haven't already, I think we got a brand new report coming in from Clinton that is very impressive in terms of wind speed. So I'm going to have Peter work on getting us that report here in a second. But let's go to that brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to fill in
look at that,
the rest of that region. You can see it right there. So I'm going to pull off the radar for a second. Let's pull off the other activities. And let's click on that warning, and you're going to see it flash here because we got a lot of polygons going on. So this flashing warning is the new one that just came out. Getting some of the details on it, that's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that warning will go until 11:15. So now we're seeing areas north of Interstate 80 starting to get in on that damaging wind threat. And Peter, do you have that information from Clinton?
Yes, I do, Andrew. It just popped up here about 7 minutes ago. This warning came in. A 75-mile-per-hour gust just north of the heart of Clinton. This wind
Wow.
came in that we just got this report from.
And that's just still, that's Clinton is being still north of that main band that we just showed you.
Yeah.
So that could be even, it might even get that updated as well. We might get an upgrade on that wind gust. But that's really impressive, seeing that kind of wind slightly ahead of that main band that we've been noticing just south of Clinton itself. So yeah, there's that new warning that that Andrew just mentioned. And when you're dealing with that kind of wind, that's always a concern when it comes to those power outages that may be taking place. You know, we always want to keep an eye on those power outages that may be going on across the area. And of course, we mentioned around Orion itself, where the whole town is without power and will very likely not have power restored until maybe around or just after midnight or so. So we could be dealing with that same situation with those storms that we see north of the Quad Cities that continues to make its way off to the north and east. So around Savannah, Stockton, and Warren in the 10 o'clock hour, those particular storms will continue to make its way off to the north. But we're watching that cell that is located just south of Clinton as that continues to make its way northward. But with a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust, that's a concern for parts of Carroll and even around Joe Daviess County. I want to go to Jenna Webster and see if we do have an update on some of the power outages that have been going on, especially south of the Quad Cities, and any new power outages that might have taken place. Jenna?
Yeah, James, I don't have a lot of new power outages to report, but that one that we've been looking at in Orion where there's 608 people without power, it does say that crews, Mid-American crews, are en route right now. So hopefully that's going to get restored pretty soon. They were estimating about 12 o'clock tonight. But again, 723 people now on the Illinois Quad Cities without power right now from Mid-American, about 44 on the Iowa side. Everywhere else is still pretty similar. I'm keeping an eye on this Kewanee one because there's about 600 people without power there. I'm curious, I don't know, Peter, have you seen any wind gust storm reports in the Kewanee area that would be causing these 600 people to not have power in Kewanee?
Just yet, I have not seen anything pop up on the radar. We haven't gotten any reports in just yet, but that is definitely something I'm going to be keeping an eye on here, and I'll check some other ways we have of getting those reports in right now and see.
Yeah, again, this Kewanee one that we were looking at, they were estimating at last check about 11:30 to have power back on in the Kewanee area. Everywhere else has been pretty much the same. This was another one in the Walcott area that I was taking a look at earlier, where about 430 people are without power.
Wow, that's amazing. I wouldn't be surprised if what we've seen out in Clinton, that we may have some power outages there. But of course, that needs to be updated, and that will probably take place maybe in the next half hour or so. So we'll definitely be keeping
reports
up
from Clinton yet.
Nothing from Clinton yet, but certainly a strong wind gust, as Peter just mentioned, as high as 75 miles an hour. We're going to go to Maddie Franz. She's in Aledo now. Well, let's go to Maddie right now, and a much calmer scene to where you are now, Aledo, and Maddie, compared to where you were when you're in Burlington.
Yeah, that is definitely the case, James. We are in downtown Aledo right now. It's actually really pretty out right now. Let me show you. We've got all the fairy lights going across the streets, just really a light rain and not too much wind at all. Obviously, the streets are pretty soaked through. Still not a whole lot of people out right now, but you know, I mean, it is nothing compared to those crazy gusts we saw out there in Burlington. Now, out in Aledo, we are on the back half of the storm. I've been keeping an eye on our radar, and you know, the worst has kind of gone past this area. We're not in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, as far as I've seen. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. But yeah, I mean, it's been pretty good looking over here. And it was raining pretty much the whole time when we were heading north.
Okay, Maddie, thank you very much on that. And yeah, right now we're coming up to 10 o'clock, and we still got plenty of warnings that are still going on across the area. So we're going to kind of continue with our coverage here through our 10 o'clock newscast to give you make sure that the threat is all said and done. I just got a message from a real good friend of mine out in Kewanee. I'll just say Carol, who's a good friend of ours. We've known her for so many years. At least, let's see here. There was lots of thunder and lightning still going on over in Kewaunee. She had power that was out, but now the lights just came back on again. So that is some good news there. But yeah, Kewaunee was out for quite a while, I guess. Parts of the town. Now we're starting to. Now it's being restored in Kewaunee. So thank you, Jenna, and thank you, Carol. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Always nice to get some information out of the wonderful town of Kewaunee. But still, we're not out of the woods yet as we continue to update some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, even an extension on these thunderstorm warnings as well. So is this now the updated and latest severe thunderstorm warning, Andrew?
That's right. Yeah, this is the most recently issued one and updated. So now this will cover the remainder of Henry County and now all of Bureau County. Also, all of what we have here is Putnam County, that little kind of shoe on the right-hand side of Bureau County, if you will. And let's go zoom into the details of this here really quickly and show you what exactly we're warning for. We'll pop up the auto tag and alerts on this. So this is another considerable one for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That warning looks like it will go until 11:15. So we're still seeing that very strong wind threat in eastern Henry County. Getting now ready to move into Bureau County. And there's kind of that wall of wind we've been tracking. You can see it's moving through Stark County now, but it won't be too much longer. That's going to be heading into Princeton. So if we kind of put a line on this, move it in that direction, generally speaking, right about there. There you see your timing. I think Princeton on the edge of this, probably closer to just before 10:30 is when we'll see that get in here. So about the next half hour or so, multiple reports from this line again of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and could even be some stronger surges of wind too as that low level jet stream continues to crank itself up. But there you can see in the reflectivity, lots of lightning built in with that, getting ready to surge right into Bureau County. It's south of Interstate 80 now, but you got about 20 to 30 minutes before that gets right into Princeton. You've got Sheffield in there, Walnut. All of those smaller towns will feel that first, of course, before it gets into Princeton, but it's on the way, James.
Yeah, and good timing, too. I mean, going what we were talking about these past couple of days as far as the arrival time for some of these storms has been really, really consistent. So we're very happy that we're able to give some real exact time of arrivals when it comes to this part of the storm itself. So, yeah, around Princeton, certainly talking about, around 11 o'clock or so for that part of the storms that we see to our south and west to be racing his way off to the north and east. And still some pretty good lightning. Usually when we see a little core of that lightning, either we're dealing with maybe a nice twist going on in the storms, but really that's not the case. In this case, we may be talking about some very heavy rain, which is now getting ready to make its way through Kewaunee. Carol, my friend out there in Kewaunee, was saying there's a lot of lightning going on, a whole lot of rain, but at least some of the power is coming back on again. And rather impressive that we're seeing here in the velocity mode, rather a nice contrast in colors that we see, indicating a very good defined line of some very intense winds that is going on. This is actually out of Milan, and you can see the rains continue on. We're noticing some of the rains as well taking place outside our station here in Moline. A nice steady rain. Indications are that we may be under that maybe a quarter of an inch of rain before it's all said and done, before this rain begins to end sometime, I would say, after 11 o'clock. This is out of, I'll say, Eldridge. I can't believe I got that right. I just noticed the subway right there, and I think I remember that location. But yeah, you can see the sheets of rain taking place. Still some good wind that is going on. And you can still hear the sirens out there as well, okay? Which means we're still getting some pretty strong wind gusts, maybe around 60, possibly around 70 miles an hour or so. Power still looks to be pretty good out there, but that's within that area. And then this is our Eagle Eye on top of the call building in downtown Davenport. And it's shaking a little bit because why? Yeah, we've got some wind going on out there, but you can actually see the sheets of rain that is taking place over at Modern Woodman Park. Can't believe baseball season is almost here. And yeah, with the lights that you see there, a whole lot of rain. But like I said, we need that rain to get into that ground because the growing season is just about upon us. So we'd love to get that in the ground as soon as we can. And like I said, indications are we could get a tenth or about a half an inch of rain from these rain showers that are taking place across our area. But some of that is coming down pretty heavy. So be on the lookout certainly for that. Boy, we got multiple polygons that are now making its way primarily along and east of the river itself. And keep in mind too, if we go ahead and kind of zoom out this picture, widen this picture out even more. Once we get through this band, we'll dry out sometime maybe after 1 o'clock or so in the morning, and that will leave behind some drier skies, but still the wind that we're dealing with, that's not going away, at least when it comes to the gusts, maybe between 20 and 40 miles an hour. And that's going to continue on for the first half of the day. We are expecting our temperatures to be slowly dropping. Right now we're seeing upper 50s. I think we'll stay in the 50s as we head overnight. And more importantly, I think we won't even get out of the 50s heading into tomorrow. But you factor in those winds, we're very likely going to see those feels-like temperatures throughout all of Saturday, more like in the 40s with all those winds that are going on. And what a change in temperatures that we've seen. We start off this afternoon with highs around the lower 80s. Now we're seeing those temperatures begin to slowly fall down in the 50s and likely remain in the 50s as we go through the rest of the night. And that's definitely going to be spreading, Andrew, from west to east, and still some pretty good gusts that are going on even around the Kewaunee area.
Yeah, we got a 41-mile-per-hour wind gust being observed there, and could have some potential higher gusts too as that strong system continues to work through. Want to update you on a couple of warnings that we are now able to continue to clear off. I'm going to scroll back down to my main hit here, and that's the one I'm looking for right there. So let's go back to the radar presentation, because we can now call the all clear for Knox County. You are no longer under that severe thunderstorm warning. So let me pull away some of the details so we can see the polygons a little bit better. There you see, Knox County, we're done. Same thing with Warren. So really, if you're south of Interstate 80 and you're along the Mississippi River, we're no longer under a warning here. Okay, everything's further to the east. We still have that area of strong winds that's working up the northern half of the Mississippi River here north of Interstate 80, where we had winds exceeding 70 miles an hour earlier in Clinton. Don't forget that severe thunderstorm warning continues, and I'm going to try to get it in frame here. Again, we have so many polygons going on. It's probably not going to let me do that.
I'm glad you're doing it and not me. I would be so lost right now.
I'm going to see if I can click on it. There we go, 10:15. So this one here is going to be ready to expire shortly, and then we can give the all clear for Cordova. But don't forget, we have that larger severe thunderstorm warning. That's the one you're seeing on the banner on the top of your screen. That's going to go until 11:15, and that's for winds of 70 miles an hour. And that goes all the way up to the Illinois-Wisconsin border. So we can go back to the velocity really quick, because I am kind of curious to see what's going on with that rush of wind that came through Clinton earlier that proceeded to produce a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And it looks like it's already maybe north of Savannah. It's moved that quickly to the north.
That's impressive.
Already. I mean, it's these, especially north here on this edge, these have been kind of coming in streams, these stronger winds. The wall is a little bit further to the south of wind.
And you can see a little push of a little bow right there around Savannah itself, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed that too, kind of right in there.
Yeah.
Where you're seeing a good rush of wind. So we can put a tracker on that really quickly to get it through the rest of Carroll County and then into parts of Joe Davis County. You can see kind of a wall defined there in terms of those stronger winds. So we'll go ahead and we'll put that on here for you, right on down the river and heading that to the north-northeast. So there's your times of arrival. You got Scales Mound in there. That's a familiar town name, 1016. And then eventually we're getting a little bit further into that area of the Illinois-Wisconsin border. So that was kind of a concerning report that we got a while ago. If you go further to the south, another wall of wind essentially getting ready to move into Erie and Prophetstown and soon into Sterling Rock Falls. And we can't forget Princeton too. Now all of Bureau County, including Putnam County, under that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as that rush of wind gets ready to move in. I don't think, and Peter can confirm this, I don't think we've heard anything new in terms of storm reports here in the last maybe 30 minutes or so.
No, Andrew, we've been sitting pretty quiet. There's obviously been a velocity indication of potentially, some stronger winds along these two lines that we're seeing. Up near Savannah right now, there's some velocity potential up to maybe near 7
There we go.
velocity potential. Sorry about that. My goodness. There's been some velocity potential.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Right? Velocity potential maybe near 80 miles per hour further to the north, but there's been no new reports further to the south. Velocity ratings potentially around that 50 to 60 mile per hour mark. But again, no new reports.
I gotta say this though. Hands off to Peter, by the way, because we've been helping our friends out in Des Moines, our sister station out in Des Moines at WOI, when it comes to severe weather coverage. So Peter's been helping out on their morning show here at our station here, and of course with the severe weather coverage, and he's still here. So I'd like to know what kind of coffee or caffeine you're using, because I would love to be on it in the future.
Yeah, it's taking a few energy drinks.
A few energy drinks.
Just a few
okay.
minutes.
Just a few.
Jenna, you have some information for us?
Yeah, James, you were asking earlier about Clinton power outages. I have eight power outages
Just
to
8.
report right now. So we'll see if that number goes up, but it looks like 949 those outages were reported. And you can really zoom in and kind of see the area where it's being reported. If you can see on my screen right now, looks like right off of 2nd Street. The other power outages that I'm keeping an eye on, Mid-American, of course. Iowa, I have not forgotten about you. There's a handful in the Davenport area. There's now 2 reported in the Clinton County, but the Illinois side just keeps going up and up and up. There's about 2,000 there without power. Of course, that Orion one that we were talking about earlier is still without power, but we had a new one that popped up, almost 1,200 people without power. It looks like right outside Carbon Cliff. It's across the river, the Rock River from Deer Run. In this area, there's about 1,200 people without power. Time of restoration there is about 12:15. I know we reached out to Mid-American to see if they had any idea what caused these power outages, and their spokesperson said he's sending out an email soon. So I am keeping an eye on that to see if they have any information to give us on what's causing these power outages on the Illinois side.
You know, I can't imagine, if you're in Clinton, in the city of Clinton, a big town, and you're one of those 8 people like, oh,
I know.
why my house? Why?
I'll keep an eye, see if this number goes up, because usually it starts small, trickling in. So
yeah, okay. Well, that's some good news for Clinton because of those wind gusts. You think it would be a much higher, but just a small handful of people out there right next to the Sawmill Museum over there, seeing some of those power that may be out. But hopefully that will be certainly a short-term thing. But really impressive as far as the power outages that we have been noticing, especially in Henry County, Illinois, with so many people out with power. And of course, as we mentioned around Orion as well, a lot of power outages out. But Henry County, my goodness, over 1,350 or so people, customers without power. Kelowna, about 266 people without power. So that is really impressive. And that was because of that little impulse that we saw that was racing in across western portions of Henry County. That was one that produced a wind gust of 70 miles an hour right around Cambridge itself. So that particular storm right now is kind of slowly fading, at least the polygon that we're noticing just south of the Clinton area. And be curious to see if they extend another warning within that polygon itself from Clinton to around Savannah, but that may not be the case. We'll see how that turns out. We just are going back to Maddie Franz. I think we just alarmed her a little bit. But Maddie, I can tell you're doing a little driving out there, at least being the passenger and such. Where's your location, and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, James, we're actually heading west from Aledo to Orion right now. We're going to try to check out those 600 or so power outages that Jenna was just talking about. And, just a second ago when you saw me jump, there was a big flash of lightning not too far ahead of us. The rain has been pretty steady this whole time. Let's see exactly where we are. We're just about a minute or so west of Viola. I'm blanking if that's actually the correct pronunciation. I'm very sorry if it's not. Rain has been pretty steady. It's a little hard to tell with the wind when you're driving especially. But we're gonna go over to Orion, see if there's any trees falling down on some power lines, any storm damage we can check out. And we'll be there just a little less than half an hour. So we're gonna go check that out for you guys, and we'll let you know what we see. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Maddie, so much for that report. We appreciate it. Going back to what's going on, the current situation at hand, where we're seeing that corridor of strong winds. It looks like we're just now working a good rush of wind right into Morrison and Prophetstown. I'm going to go to the velocity data here, and we're going to have to peel off a couple of layers so we can see this a little bit more easily. But let me zoom in here, and you can see we're kind of redeveloping and re-ramping up these wind speeds right in this corridor here. This line moving to a little bit more of an easterly direction now, kind of to the northeast proper, getting ready to move into Sterling Rock Falls. Of course, we have a couple of cameras in there. The Prophetstown one, not seeing too much going on there, but we'll want to keep an eye on our Rock Falls camera, a couple of them that we have there, probably in the next 15 minutes or so as this is moving through. So let's put the track back on it. A reminder, yes, this entire area is still under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of this racing to just about the northeast. You see, yeah, we've already seen it in Clinton. We had that wind gust earlier, but we're getting into Morrison about 10:24, Sterling Rock Falls at 10:35, and then into Lee County, Illinois. Those of you watching us on the old bunny ears there, you've got an arrival time of about 10:45. And the warning for this, in fact, there is a warning now for Lee County, Illinois. We'll see what they're currently putting this for winds of 70 miles an hour. So that Lee County, Illinois warning will go until 11:30. The rest of us are under that warning in Whiteside County until, let me click on Z proper bucks here. There we go. It is until 10. Or excuse me, until 11:15. We're already past 10. It's 10:16 right now. So there's where the corridor of strong wind gusts are, again, heading into the Sauk Valley right now. So we're going to actually go, let's get a sneak peek at what's going on in Rock Falls right now, because it doesn't appear the strongest winds have approached, but you do have a little bit of shaking going on to the camera there mounted at the top of the building. We're looking at First Avenue, also known as Illinois 40. That's downtown. Again, some good wind rushing through that corridor, and I would expect we're going to see a lot more wind coming up likely in the next 15 to 20 minutes as that area of storms is moving in. You've got more severe thunderstorm warnings to the south of that. Don't forget Princeton, you are also under a severe thunderstorm warning, all of Bureau County now. And notice with this update, we've peeled away some of the westward extent of this warning. So we can call the all clear for Geneseo. Not for Kewaunee quite yet. Still some gusty winds moving through for you, but Woodhull, everything else essentially west of Kewaunee, we're in the clear, no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're marching those strong winds off to the east. Another reminder too, Knoxville, you no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in place either. So this wind threat continues to shift east, and the strongest corridor of winds, I would say right now, would be near Kewaunee up through west of Erie Prophetstown and just northeast of Clinton and near Savannah, quickly moving off to the northeast, James.
I believe Jenna now has some information, updated information regarding power outages.
Yes, we did just get an email from our spokesperson at Mid-American, not able to tell us anything about why these power outages are happening, but does say crews are standing by, ready to respond. There are now more than 5,300 people on the Illinois Quad Cities without power. Significant amount in East Moline, more than 3,000 in East Moline without power. Literally right after Maddie's live shot, this huge one popped out. More than close to 3,500 without power in East Moline right now. This, you can zoom in and really see all the areas, but this area looks like to be the biggest problem right now. Just went out 18 minutes ago, and it looks like they're looking at 12:30 for when they can restore that power, but a significant people in East Moline without power right now.
What about those yellow dots that we're seeing right there too?
These are fewer, so that's still contributing to them, but that one is only one person without power.
Right.
Let's see, I believe this one's one person without power. The red is the more significant ones.
Right.
But these are our big ones right now in the Illinois Quad Cities right now. Handful of people in Davenport, but not as much. Still only 8 in Clinton, if you're curious, James.
That's okay. Really, that is impressive though, and that was just in the past, what, 10 minutes or so?
10:01 that was reported.
Wow, that is something. And once again, it was probably one that cell that we were tracking from western Henry County, just west of Geneseo, producing those very intense winds that might have that have been actually taking place across the area. You know, I want to point out one more thing too, because high praise to this weather team that is really passionate. It's making sure that we are getting that severe weather coverage out to you. Of course, I mentioned, Peter's had a long day, but my goodness, I got to mention that Andrew's had a very long day as well. Keep in mind, he did Good Morning Quad Cities, the 11 a.m. newscast. He took a break to be with his buddy Cooper to get a little nap in, and now he's back here again. So that's really, some dedication that we have in our weather department to make sure that we're giving you as much information as we can, especially when it comes to this severe weather event that has been going on ever since about, 5 or 6 o'clock this evening. So hats off to you guys. Any energy drinks that you want to recommend to me, I would love to know, because you guys are like superheroes here. So thank you so much on that. Once again, we continue to monitor all these polygons that you see. Of course, we're continuing to monitor the counties that are in our general area, from parts of Joe Davies, Carroll, going into Whiteside, and more importantly, even around Bureau County. By looking at the clock here, and I'll let the viewers know this as well, we'll probably stay on the air for maybe another half an hour or so, and then what we'll do is we'll go back to network itself. But we want to make sure that the main threat is all said and done, especially for our friends in Bureau County, even around Princeton, Lamoille, Cherry, I would say Tuscarawas. We want to make sure that this line quickly makes its way through and gets you out of the clear, gets you into the clear, I should say, going into the rest of the night. So that's the line that we're going to keep an eye on, given the speed that we see here around places like around, let's say, Sterling Rock Falls, 1035, going to even Amboy. We're talking about those storms making its way out of here in about less than a half an hour or so. So I think once we get through Princeton itself, and we're talking just another 15 more minutes or so, and maybe another even 10 more minutes as you get to northeastern portions of Bureau County. That's kind of where Cherry, Lamoille is located. Then we're going to go back to network. So I want not only you, the viewers, to know, but also our good people in the booth have been doing a great job doing our severe weather coverage. That's very likely when we're going to go back to network. But some pretty impressive rains that we're seeing, some pretty active storms that we're noticing too, just south of Bureau County, with all the lightning features that are going on, and very heavy rain as well. Nothing that we see anything tornadic. It's just a whole lot of wind that's coming down aloft to the ground itself, producing these strong winds that we're seeing here. Already seeing a nice bend here that could very likely have some pretty good wind that will be making its way right near Princeton in just a few minutes from now. But very active scene has been, Andrew, for these past number of hours.
Yeah, this has been quite the storm system, and we knew it would be. I mean, we issued our weather impact alert as early as Sunday, talking about that potential that this was going to be a very strong storm system with very strong dynamics, and we knew that something was going to go down come later Friday, and here we are, and this is exactly what we've been seeing. I want to go over some of the reports we had earlier, because some of these numbers are downright impressive that we've been showing you throughout the evening, starting with the north, kind of more of the more recent reports where we had earlier in Clinton, confirmed wind speed of 75 miles per hour. And that's kind of the farthest the north we've seen winds that strong with this event so far. A lot of the stronger wind readings have been a little bit further south of that, but that was impressive that we managed to land winds that strong that far north. We had another report earlier, of course, in Cambridge of winds up to 70 miles per hour there. That's likely why we saw some of those power outages in and around that region. I did just check Geneseo. Again, they're kind of a private utility. Their website says nobody is without power in Geneseo. So that's some good news there. Cooper's not in the dark, which is good. And neither is Marcus, so that's good there too. Oh, I left them the flashlight before I left. So here's the flashlight. Don't burn the house down with matches or anything like that. So they're all safe and ready to go. There's Galesburg. You didn't escape this either. You had 69 mile per hour winds, and then further to the west, that's where we saw 60 mile an hour winds. That was northwest of Monmouth. That was the impressive one right here.
Yeah, that's right.
Of 77, and then I think there's an 80 that's thrown in there somewhere too, within that mix there too. So it's been quite an event here, and mainly a wind maker so far. No confirmed tornadoes at this point, which is fantastic news.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we were monitoring throughout the day is our chance of seeing any brief spin-ups that may be taking place. But a lot of that had to do with the level of dew point temperatures that we were looking at throughout the going to the afternoon and evening hours. And that's one of the things that makes a difference between seeing a surface-based thunderstorm and an elevated thunderstorm. If we were talking more surface-based, we would definitely be increasing that chance. We're seeing some tornadoes in areas south of the Quad Cities, but the dew point temperatures weren't there. It wasn't enough to kind of see that surface base of the cloud itself get closer to the ground, so it helps kind of produce that structure, that circulation itself. But since the dew point temperatures were a little bit lower, these storms were mainly elevated and more importantly were kind of highlighting more of the wind gusts than anything. So that's really indicative of the storm reports that we've been noticing mainly across our viewing area. But any tornadoes that have popped up has been actually well south of the Quad Cities, just by looking at the dew points alone. So that's why it's kind of a major contributor when it comes to the potential for seeing some severe weather. And we kind of talk about that in our spring weather impact special that is going on the 8+ app itself. And hopefully you guys will get a chance to see that. Certainly one of the things that we look at are certain elements that go on when we see the potential for seeing some severe weather, what we focus on more of and what we focus on less of. So that's kind of what we've been doing even with these storms, not just for today, but as Andrew just mentioned, ever since last Sunday. Monitoring certain parts of the structure of the atmosphere itself to come up with the potential of seeing some severe weather, and that has certainly been the case around here. Once again, we're focusing on Bureau County. This is our wind velocity mode, and you can see the green going toward Tuscarawas, Princeton, some of the winds coming in from out of Sheffield itself. So we got some pretty good broad rotation that may be taking place here, but more importantly, maybe some strong winds that may be going on as well. Some nice contrasts that we're seeing here, and nice little buckles, Andrew, that we're seeing throughout that line as well.
Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of some broad rotation, as James mentioned there earlier. It's getting a little difficult to start getting some wind readings again because now we're moving away from the radar and we're shooting a little bit higher into those cloud tops. But still, yeah, you got some reds and some greens kind of near here, especially near Tuscarawas. Say that 10 times fast. That's south of Highway 34, southwest of Princeton. So we'll keep an eye on that right now. National Weather Service not saying anything too concerning about it, but that's where we still have that really, really strong wall of wind that is continuing to march its way off to the north and to the east. You can kind of see where that wall is as we switch back to the Quad Cities radar. It's just about in Sterling Rock Falls. It's clearly defined. It's right there. And that arcs back to the northwest a little bit, but you can see the line is just about actually into Princeton. So we'll see those winds in Princeton pick up really quickly and could see those gusts approach close to 70 miles an hour. We have not had any new reports, though, in the last 30 minutes. So I don't know if folks, it is getting late. It's 10:30. It's bedtime,
Yeah, not many people out in the roadways or anything like that, so that could maybe limit some of the reports that may be going on.
Yep.
We're eventually going to make our way to Orion because I understand that the reason why the power is out in Orion, a lot of poles are down.
Oh, good.
Yes, power poles are actually down right around Orion, so we're going to get a live shot out of Orion coming up in just a little bit. If you're watching us around the immediate Quad Cities, yeah, we got a little wind going on, we got some rain going on, but no more threats of any severe weather expected in the immediate Quad Cities. We still got some pretty good rains that are going on here, making their way from southwest and northeast, from Clinton down even around Hoople, Andrew.
Yeah, good wall of rain. In fact, some of you, if you get under that heavier band there, maybe a little more than a quarter of an inch, perhaps up to half an inch of some bonus rain coming your way today. So this was nice to see that the rain was a little more expansive than what Future Track showed, but the timing was spot on. Here we are at 10:30, and we're marching all of this well east of the Quad Cities. So the timing was spot on, and a little bonus rainfall. That's always nice to see. We will not complain about that, because like James said earlier, latest report here, the frost is completely out of the ground in the Quad Cities. So we're going to soak this in, and we're going to benefit from it a lot. Let's refresh what's going on with warnings. If I can have Bobby repeat if we got something we can show.
Some pretty good wind going on around Whiteside County.
Oh, okay, yeah, if we can pull that up. So this is the Whiteside County Airport, and I've turned our camera there to the west so you can see what's coming in. Again, we're expecting that wall of wind to arrive right here south of Rock Falls imminently. Within the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, and we're facing that direction of where those storms are currently located. Getting some good lightning data in that direction too, just south of town, in near Prophetstown. You can see the poles there, the antenna's shaking pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the flag up right now. Usually we got a good shot of the flag, but it looks like
Maybe the flag was there.
It might have been. Maybe now it's gone. It might be somebody else's flag now that they'll have to find. So it usually gives us a good indication of the wind.
Right.
But, looks like, yeah, they've taken that down perhaps as a precaution, which I don't blame them.
Maybe with all this rain that's going on, of course, some of the lightning, of course, gets a little nitrogen in that ground. So things may be greening up just a little bit out there, which will be kind of nice across the area. Right now, most of the lightning is certainly well east of the Quad Cities, really focusing in areas around Bureau County, seeing a nice little lightning show going on just outside of town, and continues to make his way off toward the north and east. So there is Princeton, there's Depew, Cherry, Lamoille making his way through 34, and there is Walnut. So I think once we see this race its way out of Bureau County, especially just north of Princeton, then like I said, maybe about 15 minutes or so, we're going to go back to regular programming. But we hope that you've been appreciating the coverage that we've been doing here with the weather team, with the assistance from Jenna Webster, as well as from Maddie France, of course, Joe Habersham, who has been on the road as well. We really appreciate a team effort here in bringing you the best weather coverage that we can. And of course, that has certainly been the case with some of the activity that has been going on. Of course, getting some help from our chasers, even some of the spotters that have been giving us information as to what they've been seeing, especially when it comes to some of the power outages that have been going on, some of the damage that might have been taking place in some of our hometowns. But still, nonetheless, we are keeping an eye on the activity that's going on in areas around Bureau County. Looks like some of the activity, Andrew, that we're noticing from around portions of Carroll, even going into Joe Davies, even down into Whiteside. I think once that wave moves on through in the next 10 minutes or so, looks like those counties will be in the clear as well.
Yeah, it won't be too much longer the way it looks. I'm trying to get a more decent view of where the line of that stronger wind is here. A couple products we can use to show you that. So if you look at this, this is where I think the leading edge of that wind is. It's just west of town here in Sterling Rock Falls along Interstate 88. And then that line kind of stretches up to the northwest a little bit more near Milledgeville. So that's the leading edge of the line. Think of it as a gust front, if you will. Mm-hmm. It's going to come in. The wind is going to ramp up 60, maybe 70. Again, we're not getting many reports, but we have to consider the time of day. A lot of folks in for the night, not actively out looking at this or chasing this. So that's likely a case there. But you can see that leading edge of that stronger wind line going right down to Walnut now in Bureau County, and that'll continue to lift to the north and to the east. I'm going to go back to our other velocity product and see if I can poke around here for wind speeds, and then we're going to get an update on the power outage situation, because that continues to be something that we're monitoring for you and tracking. So getting a little farther away from the radar, we're getting harder and harder to get some of those higher wind speeds, but still suggesting at least close to perhaps 50 miles an hour with some of those wind speeds as that line is moving through all the way from Joe Davis County, Carroll County, stretching into Whiteside County, and eventually getting into Bureau County. But I want to send it over to Jenna Webster right now with an update on those power outages. Jenna?
Yeah, we're still looking at a little under 5,300 people on the Illinois Quad Cities without power right now. Again, a big chunk of those are in East Moline, Henry County. We knew there was a big chunk in Orion. So we have a little bit more details from Mid-American. Their spokesperson says there are definitely poles down in Kelowna and Orion. Crews are heading that way right now, as well as Maddie Franz. You can see our view from the Beast heading that way right now. There is no time of restoration yet, although they were saying on their website about midnight. You know, of course, that all depends on what crews see when they get there. They do have multiple reports of tree damage on service lines. And of course, crews, Mid-American says, will work through the night to get the power up and running. Again, another 3,000 people without power in East Moline. I believe Joe Habersham is on his way there to check that out right now. And we'll see if we can get any updates for you guys about what's causing the power out in East Moline.
So I just want to make sure we have a crew that is heading to Orion or expected to get.
Maddie's heading to Orion.
Maddie,
yep,
okay.
In the Beast.
So it looks like she is probably just south of of Orion itself, I believe. So.
And Joe's heading to Kelowna right now.
Joe's going to be heading to Kelowna. And of course, we're going to have that those pictures for you before we end our live coverage. But more importantly, we'll have it on Good Morning Quad Cities come tomorrow morning as well for the latest pictures and information and video that has been taking place in those areas. But nonetheless, some pretty strong winds that are going on, heading to downtown Rock Falls. And yeah, the winds have been picking up there certainly, and a little lightning, some rain taking place as well. And that's kind of what we're dealing with here, Andrew. I mean, I can't remember the last time where the camera has been shaking this much.
This one, it takes a lot to get it moving.
Yeah.
In all the years that I've watched it since we've had it, it really takes a very strong rush of wind to get that camera to move like that. And I'm going to see if I can take us to the airport too, because we're also noticing at the airport, the wind is also increasing. So that wall of wind that we talked about, it is arriving in Rock Falls right now. Look at how much the poles are shaking just compared to 5 minutes ago. So the wall of wind is coming in right now. Could see gusts approach 60 miles an hour with that. And a quick burst of some heavy rain and some lightning coming with that too. But yeah, it certainly looks like those raindrops are moving sideways right now just on that view alone. I'm going to see if I can get us in just a little bit closer here. If we're a little bit more of a detailed view of what's going on with the raindrops. So we're zooming you in here live on the air. And yeah, you can see the sideways rain, low visibility in the background, some very strong wind gusts moving through your region right now as we speak.
I'm impressed that you're able to kind of control the camera from your little laptop there. My goodness.
Power of who you know.
That's and we won't find that out, right? That's our little secret. That's for sure. Thanks, Andrew, on that. Yeah. So once again, around Sterling Rock Falls, seeing some pretty good wind. That line is now making its way, kind of bisecting Sterling Rock Falls right now. But that's kind of what we're looking at for those strong winds, and likely we'll see that extending even farther eastward, even in Lee County, Illinois, for that to be taking place across here. But looks like once those winds kind of quickly advance with Sterling, and keep in mind, you know, this punch of wind that we've been noticing in a lot of our hometowns, that's basically what it has been, where it only lasts for like a minute or two, and then things begin to subside, followed by some rain and a nice steady blustery wind coming in after that. So that's kind of the scenario we've been noticing with these storms as they started in areas well south and west of our viewing area, and then advancing his way off toward the north and east. So that's kind of the line we're seeing. Actually, is kind of a little bit more now making its way right through the Princeton area, I would say, and continues to make its way off to the north and east. So if you're watching us in Cherry and Lamoille, we're just minutes away from you seeing those winds really begin to pick up. But that will be short term. After that, it's just a steady rain and some pretty good wind at times as we go through the rest of the night. You can see in the bottom of our screen, we got temperatures in the 50s. Don't believe those temperatures will get out of the 50s, not only for the rest of the night, but likely stay in the 50s as we head into tomorrow. Of course, that's going to come with a whole lot of wind at times, 20 to 40 miles an hour we could be seeing on wind gusts. So you can see how the temperatures with that band that we just showed you, where that kind of demarcation was on the winds, once that blows on by, then we'll see those temperatures really begin to drop. Really impressed with that temperature in Princeton. Right now it's 70 degrees. It did get as high as around 80 over in Princeton, but you can see the drop in those temperatures as we're kind of getting on the backside, the belly of this storm system, allowing those temperatures to cool off into the 50s. But like I said, those temperatures aren't going to change a whole heck of a lot as we make our way through the rest of the night and also heading into tomorrow as well.
Yeah, a lot of wind to come tomorrow still. We do have that wind advisory that goes until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's when we'll still see those gusts maybe occasionally get close to 45 to 50 miles an hour for a few hours yet this evening and overnight. And then tomorrow, you're going to see those gusts get a little bit more tame. We still think by the time the St. Patrick's Day Parade kicks off, you've got sustained winds of about 15 to 20, gusts approaching 25 to 30, perhaps as high as 35. But at least, as I said earlier, you're going to have temperatures in the 50s, which means there's no wind chill. Just advise you bring a light jacket because there's going to be a lot of cloud cover, so you're not going to get much warmth from the sun. But at least the worst of the wind will be behind us after today. Let's peel off the radar and see if we can get another update and if we can call some all clear areas again. Because there are, again, a lot of polygons we've been dealing with. This has been the case, it seems, anytime we're tracking severe weather. It's going to be a few more months before we can get those more discrete supercell thunderstorms that don't have polygons all over the place. So yeah, just kind of straightening up what's going on here so we can call the all clear for all of the Metro Quad cities. We're done with the high wind threat. We can call the all clear for all of Henry County, Illinois, also all of extreme western Whiteside County. You are in the clear. Also up near Dubuque, Galena, Bellevue, you're in the clear as well. You're currently not under a severe thunderstorm warning. Further to the south, all clear for Knox County. We've been saying that for a while now. And now Stark County is also in the clear. So we're marching that severe threat eastward. There's nothing behind this, as you can see, and I'll throw back on the radar. Nothing behind this going on other than some really gusty winds potentially approaching 40 and 50 miles an hour, but not too concerned about those. We're more concerned about the wind on the forward side of this system, and that continues to be from just northeast of Savannah all the way down through Sterling Rock Falls, getting into Walnut and into Bureau County. I'm still trying to find that well-defined line. It's getting lost now that it's getting further away from the radar. I might have to go to Chicago.
It does look like it's east of Sterling Rock Falls now.
Yeah.
Just outside of town to the east, but yeah, that line kind of makes its way. Looks like now just east of Princeton, it believes, and kind of between Princeton and Bureau, we had to put that line in.
There we go.
Right there.
Right about there.
Okay.
So yeah, the worst of it is to the east side of that line. So you can see the majority of us are just about done with that strongest part of the wind threat.
We got another 5 more minutes as far as when we go back to regular programming, but certainly has been a very interesting evening with many reports of these strong winds that have taken place across the area. Of course, some impressive wind gusts that have been taking place in most of our hometowns as well. Of course, we've been dealing with a lot of power outages in some places here and there, like we've been noticing in the immediate Quad Cities, especially around East Moline, even around Orion, where the power is completely off there. Of course, we've got a crew that's heading out to Orion itself to get the latest information, but we understand that a lot of power poles have been broken off over in Orion itself. And Rock Falls right now, of course, dealing with some of the wind, and I tell you, it is really coming down in Rock Falls with all this rain. Andrew?
Yeah, that's some heavy rain. You're getting kind of that heavier band of the storm that's moving through, the sheets of rain racing through. I believe that's 2nd Street there, of course, looking at Illinois 40 at the intersection. I don't think we have much to show still. Yeah, the Prophetstown camera is still a little bit too dark there.
A little bit of a challenge there.
A little challenge with the lack of light. That one's really high up in the air, so we don't get much light up there at night. There's the Whiteside County Airport just south of the camera we showed you in Rock Falls. Still some good wind moving through there, but yeah, it looks like the rain has come back up. Bobby, our producer, says, I believe we have Maddie Franz available again. She is working her way, I believe, back to the Quad Cities and the Beast at this time. Maddie, can you tell us where you're at right now, and what are some of the conditions you're seeing? Looks a little wet.
Yeah, hey Andrew, we just pulled into Orion, looking for those about 600 customers without power now. Are still having their lights on. Let me give you a look. I mean, obviously it's a little hard to see just because it's dark, but you see that street light there on the right that still have their lights on. We're going to keep combing the streets, trying to find where those potential downed power poles are that we heard the report from Mid-American. Now, in terms of rain, yeah, the streets are pretty soaked, but it's just really super light rain, not a whole lot of wind. Seems kind of the storm has definitely passed here. So we're gonna keep hunting around, trying to find those outages, show you what we can find, and you know, we're gonna stick on the road for another few minutes here. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, we're kind of dealing with a lot of the generators that have popped on, and that's why we've been seeing some of the lights, I think, in Orion itself. Of course, if what we'll do is we'll likely have that information for you as far as some of the damage that might have taken place outside of Orion. Of course, Joe is heading to Kelowna with the power outage that took place there, possibility of some poles that may be down as well. And of course, we'll have that during Good Morning Quad Cities by tomorrow morning. Once again, one last shot over in Rock Falls. Safe to say they're getting some much needed rain. It's just maybe too much rain blinding some of the maybe traffic that may be taking place down there. From the visibility that we see from the camera itself, that's some pretty good rain, but a lot of wind that's going on there over there, Andrew.
Yeah, lots and lots of wind coming through with that final band that's pushing through. I'll go back to the velocity data one more time so you can see again the corridor of where the leading edge of those strongest winds is. So we'll switch back to that mode, getting a better view of it here. I'm going to zoom out and I'll draw the line for you. So, oh, actually, I just lost it. There we go. Let's keep that there. Don't move. Here we go. So here's the line. Right now, just getting through Sterling Rock Falls, and it's already gone through Princeton, a little bit of a curvature as it gets southeast. But if you're east of that line, so just that little corner of Northeast Bureau County into LaSalle, Peru, that's the last area left that has not seen that good rush of wind yet, perhaps up to 60 miles an hour. Everyone else to the west of that, the worst of the wind is over for you. You're still going to have some gusts approach 40 and 50. Again, a wind advisory till 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. But it looks like that leading edge of the strongest winds with that good first initial push of some severe winds is now working to the east. So just a little bit more of a sliver of Bureau County to get through yet. And we'll be all wrapping that up, getting pretty close.
All right, let's go ahead and send it back to Jenna to kind of finish things off.
Yeah, I want to give one more quick power outage update before I let you guys go, because we do have a new one being reported just outside of Prophetstown. This is from ComEd. About 561 customers there without power. You can see the status on their website. It says they're working to schedule a crew right now. They're looking at restoring it around 12:15. So of course that time is probably very fluid as they get the crews there right now. And again, Mid-American still reporting more than 5,000 people without power in the Quad Cities. If it's safe for you to do so, if you got any pictures or video tonight of the storms coming through of damage, you can send those. You can text those to us at 309-304-0888, or you can always email those to news@wqad.com. And of course, our Storm Track 8 weather team, James, Andrew, and Peter, had you covered all night long on our 8+ app. We also had Maddie and the Beast out in Burlington getting you ready for the worst of the storms, and also showed you how the National Weather Service was keeping track of the weather. We were able to actually show you live how they brought that weather balloon up into the sky. Throughout the night, only on the 8+ app, we provided live commercial-free storm coverage, keeping you ahead of the storm. It's just one of the many reasons to get the app right now on your smart TV, where we provide exclusive content free to you. Download it on your TV and watch for free. Have a great rest of your night.